Morning, Mark. Mark still can't hear us.
Can you hear me, Anna?
I can.
Okay, perfect.
Tony Banuki says he'll be a few minutes late.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Tom.
Good morning. Oops.
Morning, Mark.
Hey, thank you.
So Randy, you're out of the state?
I am. You can't tell by my background. It's really foggy out, so just face the other way for now.
It's usually
Good morning,
dark.
Randy. NorCal, right? Berkeley?
Mhm.
Berkeley?
Yep,
Great.
Business or pleasure?
both.
I
Enjoy.
remember when I was doing those Zoom classes, Randy, when I was in Cali, 7 o'clock, you're up at 6:30 getting ready for the meeting. So
Oh,
thank
yeah.
you for doing this for us. We're also missing Stiller and Banuki.
Nuki is going to be a little bit late.
Okay.
And Mark, there's going to be two things, like housekeeping things, that I want to do before we get into the docket.
Okay. Sounds good. And I noticed there were some continuances and dismissals, and like normal, we'll probably start those after you do your housekeeping stuff.
Sounds good.
Anna, you need my vacuum.
Oh, can I hear your vacuum?
Do you need it?
Yeah. To clean up
Oh,
is
for
that what you
housekeeping.
mean?
I get it. Sorry. It is early for me.
I can't get my AirPods to work with the computer this morning. I did an update on Zoom, so I'm live on the speaker. And hopefully I can mute out the phone if it rings, so I apologize. Hey, Randy, since you're my kind of person who knows all the pages, don't be afraid to say something, because I have a Apple laptop on my side that I look at the cases with. So thank you very much for assisting me.
Happy to help.
Yeah.
Morning, Tony.
Morning. I'm going to email Stiller or text Stiller. He's our last one, right? Yep. All right. Okay, Board of Zoning, please.
So Mark, now we're just waiting on Sarah.
Okay, where's Stiller? We didn't have
He's
Stiller
here.
yet, did we?
He's in the meeting.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I see him. Okay.
I'm here, sort of. There we go.
Hey, Tom.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Okay, there we go there.
We're just that good.
What's that? I think we're waiting for Sarah Baxter.
Yep, still waiting.
Okay, no worries.
She'll be with us in just a second. The link was sent to someone else in her office instead of her. So I just sent it to her.
Lisa Payne, could you send me the agenda again, please?
Yep, will do.
Thank you as always.
Sarah's connected.
Oh, there she is. Okay. You ready to go, do you think?
City staff's ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'd like to welcome everyone to the July 12th Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting today. We've got a lot of cases to hear, but first I'd like to thank all the members of our board who join us each month. In no particular order, Tom Stiller, Tom Gorenz, Randy Mixdorf, Tony Benucci. Thank you so much for coming in and listening to these cases and helping us decide for all our applicants. Thank you again. I think I got everybody. Yep. Let's call the meeting to order, which we've done. First, let's swear in the staff who will be giving testimony in today's meeting. So staff, please turn on your cameras and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please identify yourself to the court reporter. Let's start with, in my staff, we have Christina Johnson in the lower left-hand corner. Go ahead, Christina.
Christina Johnson, legal investigator, city planning and development, and I do swear to tell the truth.
Keep on going, guys. Just Najma, maybe.
Najma Muhammad, city planning and development, I do.
Jared.
Jared Clement, City Planning and Development. I do.
Andrew Clark.
Andrew Clark, City Planning and Development. I do.
Anya.
Anna Naniski, I do.
And James Duddy. I think I've got everybody after James.
James Duddy, Development Compliance, I do.
Great. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. All right. So we have, who wants to speak first? Not Sarah. Who wanted to do some administrative duties first?
I'll do it.
Thanks.
Yep.
Anna.
So as we've been corresponding, we're losing 2 board members this month, which then leaves the board to have a quorum of 4. We can still technically hear cases with 4 people, but that means cases would need all 4 affirmative votes to be approved. City staff, we have been working with the mayor's office since roughly about February to get some more people onto the board, because even when Teresa and Benucci and Kelleher were still with us, we were still short a member, and we were preemptively trying to get a full a full staffed up situation on the board. Still no updates at this point. There have been some applications made for the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and hopefully the mayor's office will be appointing those people soon. But that's all the information that I have right now. So moving forward with August and September, and hopefully it won't last until October, but we just all need to be very transparent with each other about attendance so we can inform the applicants of the Board of Zoning Adjustment with enough time.
All right, thank you very much for that update. And as board chair, I just want to say how important it is for us to get someone on. I may reach out to the mayor's office as well, just to let you guys know. All right.
Understood. And then I have one more item.
Oh, sorry,
This is
go
on
ahead.
a lighter note, but we have 2 new planners with us within the Development Management Division. We have Justin Smith and Larissa Chomby. If they can both turn on their cameras and introduce themselves. Justin's coming to us from Springfield, and Larissa, she was previously working in Montana. And you
Where
might
in
see her
Montana?
faces.
Where was she? Where was she
Bozeman,
before?
Montana.
Bozeman. All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Where's the other one? I'm trying to find the other person here, but I don't see him yet. There he is.
Well, you
No?
can hear me yell at him.
This
but-
is George. It looks like Justin's camera might not be working, unfortunately.
All right.
Yeah, I'm having I think my camera's not working. I'm sorry.
Larissa and Justin, Mark Ebbets here, the chair of the committee for today's meeting at least. I want to welcome both of you to city staff. We have a very good staff, at least of board members. We welcome you wholeheartedly and welcome to Kansas City. And to Justin from Springfield, I want that recipe for cashew chicken, please. All right. Okay.
Yep,
We good?
that's it.
Okay, all right, let's start them up. We have some cases that were going to be continued or dismissed. And I'd like to call item number 3 on the docket. This is a case number 00018 with an address of 7101 Northwest Wacomas Drive. Is the applicant here? And I've got a continuance. Who's doing this one? Sorry, I can't.
Matt Barnes is assigned to this case, but we are not
Okay.
expecting the applicant today.
Okay. So board members, do I have a motion to continue this to the August 9th docket?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Perfect. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And chair votes with that. This is continued to the August 9th docket. The next one I have, at least on my list, is item number 11 with an address of 6401 Warnell Terrace. Here it's a motion to dismiss. Anyone want to comment on this one? Jared, that's yours.
Yeah, this was my case. The applicant decided not to pursue that variance.
Okay, great. Board members, do I have a motion to dismiss this case?
So moved.
Move.
Thank you, everyone. And a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 The chair votes aye. This motion is dismissed. The next one is item number 12, case number 76 with an address of 8401 East 73rd Terrace. This is a continuance to August 9th. Najma, where'd she go? That's yours?
Yeah.
Do we do this one with fee or without fee, Najma?
This one can be without fee.
Okay. Good. Board members, a motion to continue to August 9th.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Banuki. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This continued to August 9th. The next one I have is item number 13, case number 79 with an address of 4006 Northeast 95th Terrace. This is a motion to dismiss. Najma, do you want to comment on this one?
After review of the site plan, it resulted in the applicant no longer needing a variance for their deck.
Okay, thank you, Najma. Board members, do you have a motion to dismiss this case?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Grants. Second, anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And chair, opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is dismissed. And I think I have one more. Yeah, item number 24. Case number 14 with an address of 8300 North Green Hills Road. Let's see, this is Anna.
Yes, this case can be dismissed because a master plan development was processed through the City Planning Commission and City Council, which resolved the issues related to the appeal.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Motion to dismiss this case from board members.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? And chair votes with that motion. This matter is dismissed.
And
Anna,
Mark,
do you-
we have two more, actually. We have number 14 and 20 to do as well.
Okay, 14. I don't know why I missed that.
The
Oh,
continuance
yeah,
is
there
on
it
the
is.
back
Yeah,
of the page.
14 and 17. Okay. So board members, in case number, I'm calling case number 80 with an address of 750 East 124th Street. This is a motion to continue to August 9th. And Najma, this is yours.
Yes, this will be continued for a failure to pay fees and properly communicate with the methods of communication given to us through Compass KC. If they do not present on August 9th, then we're going to dismiss it.
Okay. And no fee on this one, Najma?
No fee. They just need to pay their original fees.
Okay. Board members, do you have a motion on this one?
So moved.
Thanks, Ms. Mixdorf. Second, someone?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? And the chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to August 9th. And did I hear item number 17?
20. We do
20.
not have a quorum for this case, so we have to continue it to August 9th and reestablish a quorum at that time.
Okay. So we're going to call item number 20, case number 19 with an well, that's a request for rehearing, and we'll have to move this to the August 9th docket. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. And the chair votes with this motion, so this is continued to the August 9th, 2022 docket. Hey, Anna, do you want to explain to the members in the audience how the Zoom thing works, or is that someone else?
Yep.
So,
I will do it.
thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to describe the procedures for this hybrid meeting. First, city staff, we give our staff report, then the chair will turn it over to the applicant or team associated with the case, and then it'll be time for public testimony. For everyone online, there are two main categories of people participating in this meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are city staff and the board themselves. When your case is called, you're going to use the raise hand function to signify to city staff that you would like to be promoted to a panelist. This is when you will be sworn in and you can turn your camera and microphone on to give public testimony. When the promotion occurs, it's going to appear that you've been disconnected from the meeting, but don't worry, that's just you rejoining the meeting as a panelist. And Zoom will also ask you to accept that promotion. So you will have to do that prior to being promoted as a panelist. You'll get sworn in, turn on your camera and microphone, and be able to provide public testimony when appropriate. We ask that everyone change their username in Zoom to their legal name. This also helps with the promotion process, and to keep yourself muted until the chair asks you to speak. I also want to remind everyone that the chat box is purely to discuss logistics of the Zoom meeting. Merits of the case are not allowed to be discussed in the chat box. That's everything. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for explaining that to everybody. So let's start off. Our first docket item is docket number 1, case number 14, with an address of 3931 Washington. Will the applicant please raise their hand and join the meeting? Looking for Johnny Youssef. Joseph.
And Chris Maddox
Yep.
too.
Okay, thank you.
Promoting Johnny Youssef and Chris Maddox.
Trying to see them.
Zoom's
yet.
just
There
running a
they
little
are.
slow today. My apologies.
It's okay. It's all good. There they are.
Johnny Youssef and Chris Maddox have both been connected.
Great. Can you both turn on your cameras if you have one, so I can administer the oath? Thank you. Do you both solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing case today? Will you please identify each of yourselves to the court reporter? Johnny, let's go with you first.
Yes, I'm Johnny Youssef and I do.
Mr. Maddox?
I'm Chris Maddox and I do.
Thank you. Do you have any objection to the exhibits of this case found, I believe, on page number 4? Sorry. Yeah, page number 4. They number 1 to 9, and they're used to help us hear your case today.
Yeah, no objections.
All right. And Mr. Maddox, are you going to be the speaker today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Maddox. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz Wyckoff Law Firm.
And hold on just for a second. Andrew Clark, you're our person today, so please tell us about this case.
Okay. Good morning, Vice Chair Ebbett and fellow board members. All right, so this is docket number 1, case number CD SUP 2022-14. It's at 3931 Washington Street, and this is a request to approve a special use permit. It's located in Midtown, Kansas City, more specifically in the Valentine neighborhood. Here's an orthographic. It is located in between Broadway Boulevard and Washington Street, just south of 39th Street. This slide, I just wanted to show you the mixture of zoning districts that are nearby. It's a very diverse area, large mixture of uses, residential, commercial, different intensities. Here's a view looking at the old First Swedish Church that's located on Broadway and 39th Terrace. This is looking west from Broadway. Here we are looking southeast from 39th Terrace. And the reason why we're here today is a few months ago, the applicant went through the City Planning Commission to get approval for a event space, primarily for weddings at this church that was vacant. As they developed their business plan, they wanted to provide rooms for guests to stay whenever they hold events. Because Broadway is a boulevard, you can see here the use table has a 2 next to the P. That requires a special use permit if you're within 150 feet of a park, boulevard, or parkway. The approval criteria, as my staff report stated, this project does comply with all of the approval criteria. Staff did not see adverse impacts on pedestrian safety, on the overall character of the area, and what they're requesting does comply with the applicable standards of our zoning and development code. And this is an error. It should be City Planning Commission recommendation. Was approval with conditions. The primary condition here of importance is that the special use permit shall be permitted for 2 years. And then after that, the applicant will need to renew their special use permit for a longer period. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Maddox, why should we approve your case today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this request is a fairly benign request. This use is actually permitted in this zoning classification. And the only reason why we're here is that we are within 150 feet of Broadway Boulevard. There are other hotels along this corridor, and we are only proposing 4 hotel rooms, which is going to have a very minimal impact on the neighborhood.
Thank you. Do we have any members in the audience either for or against this proposal and motion, or excuse me, this item today? Please raise your hand.
Randy Height.
Okay.
Mary Jo Draper. I'll connect them first. Then there will be 2 others following Randy and Mary. So Randy has been connected.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I sure can, Randy. Before you give testimony, are you for or against this motion today?
I am for it.
Okay, give me a second here. I'm going to have to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please identify yourself to the court reporter. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Randy Height. I live at 3708 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is in the Valentine neighborhood. So it's a couple of blocks from the church. And I'm here today taking a little bit of time out of work to just speak in support of this project. I have a very strong connection to this building. I was a church member at this church back in the 80s and 90s, and it was a very important period in my life. And also, this building is special to me because in 1995, I met my future husband here one Sunday morning. And so I have seen the church be vacant and worried what would happen to it. And I was thrilled when I heard that Johnny was going to preserve it as an event space for weddings, which meant that the historical aspects of the church would be preserved. And I fully support his idea to convert some of the space to hotel rooms because I think that would make this event space more desirable. If I was planning a wedding, it would be great to know I could stay there, that same place where I was having my wedding. So again, I don't see any downside to this. I'm thrilled that this project is going on. And when it's complete, I plan on booking a room there so I can stay in this building on my anniversary. So I fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Height. Ms. Draper, are you for or against this proposal?
I'm here on behalf of the Valentine Neighborhood Association Board of Directors, and we are opposed.
Wait, hold on. I got to swear you in before you give any testimony. Thank you very much. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And please identify your name to the court reporter.
I do. My name is Mary Jo Draper.
Go ahead.
Basically, the Valentine Neighborhood Association is opposed to this special use permit because it's very confusing to us to classify these 4 rooms as a hotel. As you're well aware, as a group, neighborhoods are dealing with a lot of issues around non-owner occupied short-term rentals that are popping up in the neighborhoods. And since we're so close to Westport, this is especially of concern to us. We often see them becoming party houses, and we're trying to kind of keep an eye on what's going on. The concern is that if something goes wrong and there are too many people occupying a room, there's no way for us as neighbors to get in touch with the responsible person and get something done about it. The people come and go, and by the time we have a chance to deal with the problem, they're gone. It seems to us like calling these 4 rooms in this venue hotel rooms. They're, for all intents and purposes, as far as we can see, they're short-term rental rooms. I don't know. it's confusing to us the way the law classifies them as hotel rooms. And the fact that they are classified as hotel rooms gives us even less control, requires no neighborhood approval, and there's no one to call if there's a problem, as I mentioned. Your guidelines ask you to look at the impact on the surrounding area. And I know it's easy to look at this area and see it as just Broadway, a commercial street that's maybe even part of the Westport Entertainment District. But we ask you to remember that it's also the edge of a neighborhood, and that what happens on Broadway affects us here in Valentine. There are a lot of issues on Broadway, as we're all aware of from the shooting that was in the news recently. So we feel like this would have a negative impact on our neighborhood and the surrounding businesses, and we ask you to deny this permit.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Draper. Mr. Mitchell, you might be next on the, are you for or against this proposal? Turn on your microphone, please.
Well, don't you first have to swear me in?
I do. I'm going to do that now.
Okay. I'm very much in favor of it.
Okay, well, give me a second here. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today in this hearing?
I do.
And please identify yourself to the court reporter.
My name is Stephen G. Mitchell. I live at 2 Jansen Place, Kansas City, Missouri, 64109.
And give us your testimony today, sir.
I'm very much in favor of this proposal by Mr. Youssef. I first want to thank Mr. Youssef and his company for taking an interest where my wife and I have lived and raised 4 children since 1977. And most importantly, I want to thank Mr. Youssef for investing his own money in saving our historic structures like this old church. My wife and my son are both in the short-term rental business. And I can assure you, I was very pleasantly surprised to learn that many, many people come from outside Kansas City for weddings and other events, and they need places to stay. And Mr. Youssef is providing, or his company is providing, 4 additional places. They will be in competition with the Mitchells, but I welcome that competition. We want these kind of structures preserved, and Mr. Youssef has a very good adaptive use for this old historic structure. Ms. Draper in the Valentine neighborhood, if there are any problems, and by the way, there have been 0 problems with the Mitchells having people stay in our short-term rental for, among other reasons, weddings. We've done this for over 10 years. There haven't been any problems. But if the Valentine neighborhood has any problems, they can call Mr. Youssef. And the short-term rental ordinances have that provision in them. You have to provide a contact. And I'm sure Mr. Youssef will provide Ms. Draper and the Valentine neighborhood with a phone number or an email that they can call. And he lives here locally, and he can immediately address any issues, which I predict there will not be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. And I think we have Mr. Smith who wanted to testify today. Is that correct, Mr. Smith?
That's right.
All right, please raise your right hand to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And please identify yourself to the court reporter. Thank you. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank the board for your service to Kansas City. I'm just so impressed by what you do, and I want to thank you for that. I was the senior minister at Broadway Church for 49 years. It tripled in size to 600 adults attending 2 packed Sunday morning services. They all found parking within the same parking available today, and the neighborhood was not destroyed. My concern with the Valentine opposition is they offered no alternative. And here's the problem. 150 churches close each week in this country. Most of the time, their buildings are left to decay or be demolished for property used in another way. Broadway Church, a historic building built in 1923 by Swedes, Cecil and valuable property facing Broadway, and if not for Johnny, would certainly be eventually scheduled for demolishing because upkeep is so expensive. There's a new book out called Closing Costs. It's about how church property can be repurposed. It says there are thousands of churches around the country that have closed or will more likely closed in years to come, and they would praise what Johnny is offering to do for the property, which is to maintain the historic building and repurpose it for creative multi-use. I fully support his proposal as the only viable alternative that's been offered since the building was sold 5 years ago. It is Johnny's creative proposal, or another historic building will be demolished for its use for valuable property. So I strongly support this motion, and I'm 85, and I would like to have my funeral in that building. So that's me.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members, do you have any questions? I'll give Mr. Maddox a chance to reply to Ms. Draper's comments earlier. Board members, any questions?
I had a couple. Andrew, so with this one, why is it a hotel versus a short-term rental? What's that distinguishing factor?
Yes, so I made a slide. I knew this was going to be a question. Let's see here. Okay, so our job is definitions of uses. A hotel cannot be in a detached house. So the only thing that can be in a detached house would be a short-term rental or a bed and breakfast. Because this building, it is a church, so it's a little unique. That's not just a commercial building. But when we look at our code, it sits within the B zoning district. And therefore, when you read the definition, it even says in which a short-term lodging is offered for compensation and may or may not include the service of one or more meals to guests. So even a hotel at the end of the day is a short-term rental. So I just wanted, does that make sense to you?
Yep, that's helpful.
Okay.
And if I could elaborate, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
My reading of the short-term rental ordinance is that it's primarily designed to address situations in which short-term rentals are coming into neighborhoods in our zoning districts. And so there are all these rules in place to protect that sensitive, neighborhood. But this is a commercial zoning district. We are along Broadway. We are at the edge of Westport. And so we are permitted under the zoning development code with this zoning designation to operate as a hotel. And so, we could have applied the short-term rental ordinance, I guess, to this case, but I think for our purposes, calling it a hotel made more sense. I will note that in the residential zoning district next to Westport, people can and do rent entire houses, 4 and 5 bedrooms that are equal, if not greater in size and intensity than the proposed 4 hotel rooms that we have here.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Anyone else?
I have a few logistical questions, but I can save those for later if that's better.
Okay. All right. Hearing testimony, and do we have a motion from any of the board members?
Oh, okay. I meant like logistical questions about how they're running.
Oh,
the business.
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. McStorm. Sorry, Ms. McStorm.
So I see that it's 4 hotel rooms, and looking on the plan, some of these are quite large. So how many guests are you actually anticipating could be within these 4 rooms?
I think, Johnny, we had talked. So we are actually treating these hotel rooms really as an accessory use to the wedding event space. I had prepared a presentation that illustrated there are other examples of this concept, this product in Kansas City, where you have a wedding event venue that offers a couple of hotel rooms as an accessory use to the wedding event space, because oftentimes at a wedding, you do have families with young children, you have grandparents who might need to step away from the festivities to lay down or separate. And so those are really our intended, our targeted audience, if you will, for this product. The number of guests, I think, would probably be somewhere in the range of, Johnny, do you have an idea? Was it like 10 to 12?
Yes, so just like a hotel, usually hotels will max on 4 per bedroom. You know, you have 2 queens, so that way if you have family with 2 kids or something like that, they can be in a room together. So we'll definitely not max more than 4 per bedroom in those rooms.
And I guess one other question. So for the rental of these rooms, are you only allowed to rent it if you are having an event in the space, or can anybody rent these hotel rooms?
That's a great question. So during the events, which will typically be on weekends, we will have them specifically for guests coming, because the last thing we want is guests having to hear noise of a wedding or being there while there are guests coming in and out. But we, during the week, to supplement, you know, income and to have it as an asset, we may book it for outside if there are no events happening. But when there are events happening, we will have it attached to that event only.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Grants?
Tom Grants, I have a question. Does each room have its own bathroom, a shower, and any other facilities?
Yes, just like a hotel, they will have obviously full bathrooms, but also kitchenette space so people can have food there. So yeah, living room area, kitchenette, and full bathroom.
Great. And 2 bedrooms, you said?
2 bedroom, I believe the drawings are 2 bedroom, yes. And then there are a couple of units are actually smaller, so that those would probably just they will have just one bedroom.
Sounds nice. Thank you.
I have a question about the rates. Whenever there's not an event, can you tell us about how much it would cost to stay in one of the rooms?
Honestly, I'm not sure yet, because that really will depend on, you know, the cost of rehabbing it, and the quality will be, obviously it's going to be comparable because we want people to choose to stay there, but I'm not really sure exactly how much that would be.
Understood. Thank you.
I would like to also just say, though, with the concern of it being at Westport, is the rate is definitely going to be higher than what you find in a typical, you know, cheaper, affordable hotel in the area, or cheaper Airbnb for a bunch of people wanting to stay or go to Westport. This is going to be designed as high-end quality for guests that are willing to pay that money to stay at a historic building.
Good. That's exactly what my question was getting to. So thank you for it.
Yeah.
Another question, Mr. Youssef. During the week, and actually all the times you're operating, will there be somebody in the building, like full-time, like a hotel?
Yeah, with how little those the amount of hotel booking or hotel suites we have, we are not going to have someone full-time there, because it's only 4 units. This space really can fit up to 17 hotel rooms per square footage, what we can do, but we're only doing very minimal amounts. So with that being said, it would be very hard to, you know, sustain a full-time person sitting there. But you see that more typical now with smaller amount of units like that, where everything is done online. There's going to be direct security systems in place. There's going to be direct contacts in case of emergencies. And also more likely during the week, we are, with all the Airbnb bookings I've done in the past, we require, you know, 3-4 day minimal. So it's not a 1-day person coming in and out. It's people that are planning to pay a reasonable amount and be there for a while. They're not coming to party and leave or anything like that.
I would also just like to add that there will be staff from Mr. Youssef's company on site during the wedding event. And so at the conclusion of the wedding event, 11, 12 o'clock at night, his staff will leave. And then that's when the use will be turned over to guests who will remain overnight. And then there will be certain procedures in place. Mr. Youssef operates a couple other Airbnbs, which are licensed in the city. He has a good track record operating those units responsibly. And one item that he mentioned is not only secured access to monitor who is coming and going in the unit to prevent, say, like a flood of people coming in after hours. So he's going to have security cameras to control access. He's going to be alerted when people are coming and going. And he's also going to have, there's these noise detectors. They don't record conversations. They don't record anything, but they do record or send him information on the decibel readings. So if it does get too loud, he will become aware of it, and then he can take actions to correct that.
And I would also like to add, thank you, Chris, with that, Mr. Stiller, with your question as far as people being there, just to add to what Mr. Maddox said, is that we will not give access to people for the church venue outside of the church hours. So there will be staff the whole time during an event, but once the doors are locked, there's no access to that building and it's totally separate. And that's also, again, to minimize anyone trying to bring people into the sanctuary or anything like that. So there will be staff during any event full time, just obviously not overnight when everything is locked up. And then besides the monitor, we're going to have security system. And another thing that I also would like to clarify is that guests that are staying, they're going to be paying thousands to book the event for a wedding. And we're going to require a large deposit that would not be refundable if we have any complaint of noise or damages or anything like that. So that would also protect us, because you will know that if there's someone in the family that's more likely to cause loud noise or whatever, they're probably not going to have him stay there, because there's going to be a larger deposit that's not refundable in any case like that.
Understood. So access for guests, non-event hours would be locking mechanisms. So you gain access, and the other portions of the building are locked off, and you handle it with locking mechanisms.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, board members, any ideas on motions?
Mr. Chair, I would offer a motion.
Yes, thanks to you, Mr. Stiller. Go ahead.
Case number 14, I would move that the board grant the request as stipulated in the staff report and contained in the site plans and plans.
And of course, with the conditions from the City Planning Commission as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Do we have a second to that one?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Banuki. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes with this motion. The motion is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, for coming before us. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the docket number 2, case number 17 with an address of 1401 Spruce Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
It will be Jose Angel Martinez, Anna.
Thank you.
Promoting Jose now. They are connected.
Okay, great. Just a second, Jose. Jose, could you, I got to find you here. Sorry, I don't see you on the picture yet. Could you turn on your camera and unmute your microphone, please? Mr. Martinez. There you go. Oh, camera's up. And there you go.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to swear you in first.
Sure.
Will you raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
Jose Angel Martinez. I'm the architect for the project that we are proposing.
All right. Don't say anything more. We're going to have Andrew Clark, who's going to give us who's going to present the proposal. But before I do that, there's a list of administrative exhibits on page 4, usually. I'm almost there, page 5. And this has to do with your case. Do you have any problem with us admitting those 9 administrative exhibits to this case?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Mr. Clark, Andrew,
All right.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Vice Chair. And so before you now is docket number 2, case number CDSUP 2022-17. This is at 1401 Spruce Avenue. And this is another request for a special use permit for outdoor warehousing in a M1 zoning district. The site is located within the historic Northeast, also the east side of Kansas City. It is directly north of Truman Road, and it's at the intersection of 14th and Spruce. As you can tell by this photo, the general area around this project is all M1-5 zoning. And there's only one home located to the northwest, and generally this area is vacant, undeveloped. Here is a view looking southeast at it's a total of 3 lots that they are proposing to put in a wholesale masonry business. And that of course involves warehousing their product, which will be outside. So here is a view looking southeast. This is a view looking north from Spruce. As you can see across the street, it's vacant land. This is looking west from 14th Street. There is a manufacturing building on the opposite corner of the proposed business. Here is the first version of the site plan. So their office and showroom will be, it'll really serve as consultations, will be right on the corner, which staff appreciates the urban design of putting a building on a corner and not just parking on a corner. And then the product will be underneath the covered canopies. And there will be an entrance from 14th Street and Spruce Avenue for vehicular access. Here are the elevations. And we did work with the applicant to make some changes, which I will introduce here later. But just there's a part of our code that does give city planning the authority to ask for applicants to match the location and orientation and architectural features of the surrounding area. We want the same context. The special use permit approval criteria. I'm still working with the applicant on some outstanding conditions that can be met by the time they apply for their building permit. It's landscaping, lighting, and some driveway issues that need to be figured out with other departments. Nothing major. We'll work with the applicant. This is in the interest of public convenience as it is vacant land. It will promote eyes on the street. It's compatible with the character of the area being light industrial. And it will not have a significant adverse impact on the pedestrian safety or comfort, as there are really no pedestrians in this area. Staff did receive revised plans this morning and would like to admit the following exhibit, and it would be exhibit number 10 of a revised site plan and elevations.
That will be admitted. Thank you. Go ahead.
So it's been a pleasure working with Mr. Martinez. We staff in long range planning. There's an interior front door. Because the area is so vacant, there is, I'd say misdemeanor, small time crime. So you got to secure your building and your merchandise. We understand that. But we did want a door that goes to the street that can be improved in the future if the area develops. You just never know what will happen. So Mr. Martinez has provided a door onto Spruce. You can see it in the lower left-hand corner. I highlighted it in yellow. Also, the north elevation was very dull. We needed more articulation and just something on that wall. So they did provide us with windows that'll be on the second story offices and the revised site plan. So the City Planning Commission recommendation was approval with conditions. As this area is vacant, generally, as you could tell from the maps, we are conditioning that a special use permit be permitted for a period of 5 years from the date of approval by the BZA, and then they can come back and reapply for a longer duration after the 5 years. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Martinez, why should we grant this variance request to you today?
Well, first of all, it is a permitted use per the zoning. Secondly, it would greatly enhance the neighborhood. And I think that it can serve as a promoting maybe a resurgence of more these types of developments in that area. So I think it's a good project. I think it's going to enhance the neighborhood, and I think it will economically make sense.
Mr. Martinez, will you be making product on this site?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, the purpose of the building really is the bottom floor would be primarily a showroom showcasing the different types of masonry products, the different types of blocks, the different types of bricks, the different types of colors, sizes, etc. It would have a meeting room, and then on the second floor, it would have offices, and that's so. Most of this is not walk-in traffic. Most of this is going to be by appointment. And the outdoor storage would be under a canopy. And the entire perimeter of the building, well, the east and the south property lines would be secured with an 8-foot high retaining wall, masonry retaining wall. So it will not be visible. Plus, since it's going to be covered, it will not be visible. We are proposing the landscaping on the west and on the north sides of the buildings, which will enhance the area. That's basically it.
All right. And Mr. Martinez, there was a number of items that the City Planning Commission recommended. And of course, city staff has some recommendations as well. Do you have any problem with fulfilling those obligations, sir?
None at all, sir.
All right. All right. And do we have anyone in the audience either for or against this motion? Please raise your hand to be promoted. Seeing none, board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Martinez or a motion?
I do have a question for Mr. Martinez. On the east and the south lot line, property lines, you said retaining wall 8 feet. Is the site sloped that much?
The site slopes from the far southeast corner to the far northwest corner. There's a slope of about 8 feet. Now we will be doing some minor grading, and so part of that 8-foot masonry wall will serve as a retaining wall, and will also serve as security, and will also be screening the storage of products.
Okay, I just can't quite see that on my screen here. I now when you mentioned, I can see the contour is barely there. Oh, I see. There we go. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Anyone else? Hearing no other comments or audience participation, do I have a motion in this case?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
In case number 17, I would move that the board grant the request as lined out in the staff report, site plan plans, and in accordance with the City Planning Commission recommendations.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that one?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This has been granted, Mr. Martinez. Good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all.
All right. We're going to go now to docket number 4 with an docket number 4, case number 19 with an address of 4330 Washington Street. And who is coming forward from St. Luke's, I'm guessing?
We have a Matt Hansen, and a Paul Osborne. Matt has been connected. So is Paul.
Okay, great. Matt and Paul, would you mind turning on your cameras and microphones, please, to be sworn in? There you go, Matt. Paul, there you go. Paul, there's your camera. All right, gentlemen, do you raise your right hand to swear? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please identify each of yourself to the court reporter.
Paul Osborne, I do.
Okay.
Matt Hansen, I do.
Thank you. All right. There's a list of exhibits, gentlemen, that are on page 4 of your docket of your case today. They're administrative exhibits that we need in order to hear your case. They're pretty standard. Who's going to be speaking today on this case? Is that Matt or Paul? Hello,
I will.
Gentlemen. Okay, Paul, do you have a problem with us administering those exhibits?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are exhibited. Those are admitted to our hearing today. And we're going to have Anya. Anya, please present the case to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, docket item number 4 focuses on CD SUP 2022-19. As previously mentioned, we are looking at 4330 Washington Street. The site is currently zoned R1.5, and the applicant is seeking a special use permit for an accessory surface parking lot. The site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. It is almost directly north of the Country Club Plaza. This is a close-up of the subject site. So if you're on the plaza and you are heading north towards Westport on Broadway, it turns into Washington Street with St. Luke's Hospital campus to the east and the subject property highlighted in yellow. It also encompasses some of the parcels towards Pennsylvania Avenue as well. They just aren't highlighted at this moment. This is a close-up of the subject site from the site submittal provided by the applicant. You can see that this is a surface parking lot for the St. Luke's Hospital campus. There's roughly about 100 parking stalls within this surface parking lot, as well as some pedestrian connections onto the street of 43rd and down here on the south side, as well as the appropriate landscaping for this parking lot. The approval criteria associated with the special use permit is listed on the screen. I'm not going to go through all of the items, just a few noteworthy ones. So is this compatible with the character of the surrounding area? City staff believes so. St. Luke's Hospital is directly to the east, as I mentioned before, and there are other surface parking lots dedicated for the St. Luke's Hospital campus around the area, especially one directly to the north. And item number E, will this have adverse impacts on pedestrian safety? It will not. There are the pedestrian connections from interior of the parking lot to the public sidewalk, as well as you move closer to St. Luke's, there's some pedestrian crossings to get you safely to the other side of the street to the hospital. City staff the City Planning Commission, excuse me, recommended approval subject to conditions, and they also added a 9th condition to move the Pennsylvania access to West 43rd Street. So let me back up a second. The original submittal showed that there would be ingress egress over to the west off Pennsylvania, and then one to the south. But during the City Planning Commission, items were discussed to have this item relocated to West 43rd Terrace. Oops. And I would suggest that this condition be rewritten to say relocate the Pennsylvania Avenue ingress egress vehicular drive to West 43rd Street, and that those improvements and those site plans need to occur after this meeting. And all improvements need to occur prior to the certificate of approval for the parking lot. This is similar to like a certificate of occupancy that a building would receive. They just call it a certificate of approval. That concludes my staff presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Paul, since you're speaking today, it sounds like, are you going to do, why should the board approve your request today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your time to hear this today. I, by the way, am representing Matt Eblin, who is the engineer on this project. Matt is on vacation. I'm familiar with the project, and I have spoken to the folks at St. Luke's about this as well. But as Anna pointed out, it is in line with the other parking lot that St. Luke's has installed to the north. It is also on residential zoning, and we believe this will help out significantly with some of the on-street congestion and on-street parking problems in the area, and will allow St. Luke's to have a little safer area for their employees to park.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience, by the way, who's either for or against this docket item? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one has raised their hand.
Thank you. And Mr. Hanson, what's your position on this case today? I know you're there.
I'm the director of real estate for St. Luke's Health System.
Okay, thank you. Board members, some questions for these people?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Gorentz.
I would like to ask if, Paul, if there's going to be the security people driving over there, cameras, for the security purpose.
I'm sorry, I was not able to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. You're going to have your security people driving over that direction, and you got cameras also?
I'm not aware of the answer on that. Matt might.
We do have security coverage for the area. We also, St. Luke's also owns the retirement senior living community to the west, Bishop Spencer Place. So St. Luke's Hospital security patrols that entire neighborhood and does treks past the street on both 44th and 43rd Terrace.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Have there been any considerations? Obviously, I know parking is at a premium here, but with the big surface lot to the north, about building some sort of parking structure as opposed to tearing down an additional building along Broadway?
There has been discussions about a parking structure. The cost is prohibitive at this point until there's additional opportunities for hospital growth and revenue growth to accompany the cost of that, any future structure. So this is meant to be kind of a short-term relief valve to try to pull some of the parking that is happening on the streets right now into a lot until the point in the future where we can justify the cost of a future parking structure.
Were there, I was looking at through some of the documentation, and there's, it looks like kind of 3 historic houses on the northwest corner. Were there any considerations to decreasing the size of the lot to kind of match that existing building as opposed to taking more of that block?
The homes were old. I don't know that they didn't have any historical designation. I don't know if they were older homes. there was not consideration made to just doing it on the footprint of the former nursing home that was on the site. Those homes were originally acquired about 3 years ago for the ultimate purpose of being demolished. And there was always intent that this property would be developed for future hospital healthcare use. At this time, we don't have that use, but it does have a short-term part to play in relieving some of the parking issues in the area.
Randy, does that answer your question on that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen, anybody else? Any motion that you'd present, please bring about the item number 9. Anna, I may ask you to re-share your screen on item number 9 that you want us to have as part of our motion. That way, whoever presents can include that item number 9. And before you do that, Anna, Paul, is there any other concerns, or Matt, any other concerns you want to address the board right now? Are we good?
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay.
Yes, nothing else. And I know Matt Eblin was in discussion with city staff about moving this driveway. So that has begun.
Okay, great. So Anna, please share your screen. Thanks. All right, board members, do we have a motion in this case? And your reference is to amend item 9 to what city staff suggestion is there. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, in case number 19, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and staff report and the conditions listed therein, including the amended item number 9 that the city staff has recommended.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Banuki. Can I get a second on that from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Grants. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Aye.
Opposed.
Okay, Randy is opposed, or one person is opposed. The chair votes with this motion. It passes. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen. The next case on our docket is docket number 5, case number 21, with an address of 1105 Hickory Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
We have a Jason Eubanks.
Okay.
And Jason has been connected.
Okay. Jason, can you turn on your camera and or microphone, please? I need to swear you in. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell, or do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please identify yourself to the court reporter.
Jason Eubanks, owner and operator of Nomada LLC.
Perfect. Thank you. I've got to get to, there's a list of items that are part of your case. They are on, sorry, I'm almost there. Okay, they are on usually on page 4. In your case, they are on page 5. There are a list of items from 1 to 9 to allow us to hear the items in your case today. Do you have any objection to us admitting those items?
I do not.
Thank you. Those items are admitted. I think Mr. Clark is presenting today on this. Thank you, Andrew. Will you please present the case to the board? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, before you is docket number 5, case number CD SUP 2022-21. This is the Nomada event space at 1105 Hickory Street. It's located in the West Bottoms. As you can see here is an orthographic map. It's in the historic Crane building at the corner of Hickory and 11th. And if a building is on the local or national register, no off-street parking is required. So that's just something to keep in mind with this event space. They are not required to provide off-street parking. And when the applicant applied for this special use permit, the zoning was M3-5. M3 is a very intense industrial manufacturing. So if someone wants to do an event space that's less intense, they need to get approval from the Board of Zoning, final approval from the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Here's the historic Crane building if you're not familiar. This is looking north from 11th Street. Here we are looking east from 11th and Hickory. Looking west from 11th. And the space I highlighted in purple here, it's going to be, the applicant is applying for or has an agreement to lease this one-story space. The applicant did provide a site plan. They are not proposing any exterior changes and bare minimum interior changes. Just complying with any building code will be the only changes made. As it is a historical building, they don't want to do anything to the exterior as well, and they are leasing. It does meet all of the approval criteria. I did bring up earlier that the zoning when Mr. Eubanks applied was M3-5 on June 21st of this year. A rezoning to UR case was approved by the City Planning Commission and then approved by the City Council on June 30th. That UR has a base zoning district of the DX. So Mr. Eubanks would be permitted by right to have a small venue, medium venue. Since he's already made it through this process and this far in the process, he is requesting that if his business grows, he would have the capability, if he were to lease more space in the building, the capability to do a venue of more than 500 if it meets building code. And also kind of like Lemonade Park, it would allow him to do outdoor events as well. So the request is for these two categories within the event and spectator sports use group, highlighted in yellow. As I said, the applicant is seeking the indoor large venue and outdoor all sizes. The City Planning Commission did recommend approval with conditions. The special use permit on this case will also be for a period of 5 years is staff's recommendation and City Planning Commission's recommendation. And then they will be required to renew after 5 years of approval. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. First, do we have anyone in the audience that's either for or against this Board of Zoning Adjustment case? Please raise your hand. Mr. Eubanks, why should we approve your case today?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for all the assistance as we navigate this process. As Andrew mentioned, simultaneously, the whole area in the West Bottoms has gone through the rezoning. So now it's a DX to allow for event spaces. Ultimately, the area is just going to be promoted to attract more traffic, right? So more restaurants, more hotels. As the city continues to grow, this is going to be an important piece to allow the city to grow with the more restaurants and the hotels, including event spaces for people to enjoy themselves and to collect as a community. Nomada as a whole, we have been working with the property managers Propco Master LLC. And one of the main pieces that they really brought to us that Nomada is also very interested in is just keeping the historic nature to the West Bottoms. So that's where Andrew mentioned that, we're not looking to make any outside changes to the building. It's really just going to be inside cosmetic updates. And that's really important to what we feel the West Bottom brings to Kansas City. We want to make sure that's sustained.
Thank you. The parking issue is a little bit bothersome to me. as the district grows, you have no parking space at all. Is that correct, Mr. Eubanks?
So the building does have parking. As Andrew showed on the graph, there is a parking lot inside the L, if you will. Additionally, the property owners also own now a good amount of buildings across the West Bottoms area, including the parking across the street at 1308 West 11th Street. So we do have access to all of their buildings in the area, which it is a good amount for the parking lots there as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for the applicant? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion in this case? Maybe I don't. Well,
Mr. Chair, in case number 21, I move the board grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report. And with their additional additional conditions by the CPC.
thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 The chair votes with that motion. The motion is approved. Good luck with your project, Mr. Eubanks. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, the next case is number 24 with an address of 4355 Terrace Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Veronica Hamilton,
Thank you, Anna.
they are being promoted. And they have been connected.
Okay, thank you. 1 second, Ms. Hamilton. Will you please turn on your microphone and camera while I get to your case? It'll just take a second here. Thank you. Ms. Hamilton, will you mind raising your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Please identify yourself for the court reporter.
My name is Veronica Hamilton. I'm the owner and occupant at 4355 Terrace Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. Ms. Hamilton, on page 3 of your case today, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. They're used for us to present your case in front of the board today. Do you have a problem with us admitting those items?
No, I do not.
Thank you. So exhibits 1 to 9 will be admitted. And let's see here. Jared Clements, you're on to present the case to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Give me 1 second while there we go. Okay, so before us, we have docket item number 6, case number CD SUP-2022-00024, located at 4355 Terrace Street. Zoning district is R-2.5. Applicant in this case is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental operation. They have met their public engagement requirements. The location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city can be seen here. It's within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on Terrace Street, just south of the intersection of Westport Road and Roanoke Parkway. These are the key points of the operation. It's a type 2 year-round short-term rental. The staff has not received any letters or comment from surrounding neighbors whatsoever. The applicant has completed the public engagement requirements. They have a plan of action that they have submitted that was included with the staff report that I'll let the applicant speak to regarding her policies as a short-term rental host. The conditions for this special use permit are that the applicant must renew the special use permit every 3 years, and they must keep their registration with the city up to date. The CPC voted to recommend approval with conditions, which those conditions can be seen there. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. Ms. Hamilton, why should we approve your case today?
I live on what I would definitely call a busy street. There's already short-term rentals operating in the neighborhood that are both legal and illegal. Not only that, there's 2 apartment buildings on the same street, and there's actually 2 behind me as well. So I don't see myself adding to any noise. And I'm not saying that we want to add noise, but it's not necessarily a quiet street. But also, I held my public engagement meeting. And I will say initially the sentiment before I even got to talking was people were saying they live by short-term rentals. They're not a fan of it, and they would vote no against it, to be honest, is what they shared with me. But I did get to share with them my plan for how I want to screen my guests, the things that I'm looking for when people are, wanting to stay at my home. If they're asking questions like, how far are the other houses? Are you going to be around? I plan to be just 20 minutes down the street, actually. I also shared with them too the messages that I'm going to send people, letting them know that, I am a stricter guest, or I'm a stricter host. And so if my rules are not, if you're not a fan of that, then, please don't go ahead and book me. I will have a noise monitor in the house. I have security systems put in place. And so I plan to not be extra disturbance to what's already going on in the neighborhood. And I feel like, I feel like my house is not going to add any additional issues. That's not the person I want to be to my neighbors whatsoever. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Do we have anyone in the audience who's either for or against this motion or this case? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one has raised their hand.
All right, thank you. I saw Ms. Hamilton, I saw the list of restrictions you put on your rental, and I think that's very positive. I heard you say you live 20 minutes away, just down the street, or 2 minutes away. I didn't hear.
No, I do not. I live in the home. I own and occupy the home. I'm saying my plan is for a couple of months to stay in my mom's house. We'll see how that works out, which is 20 minutes down the street.
Okay.
But I do plan to move back to the city because that's where I prefer to be. But just want to see how it goes first.
All right, thank you. And Jared, Mr. Clemens, can you come back on? Is this a 5-year permit, or what are we doing here, Jared? Or is
It's
this
currently with our standard special use permit condition for STRs, which is 3 years.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hamilton, do you have any opposition to that? Is that okay with you?
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Board members, any questions for Ms. Hamilton? If not, and there's no one in the audience, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stiller.
Case number 24, I move that the board grant the special use permit in accordance with site plan and staff report.
That's it.
There's no
Thank you.
CDPC on this one, is there?
No.
Okay.
Do you have a second? Anyone? Yikes.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 The opposed? The chair votes with the motion. This has been approved. Good luck in your project, Ms. Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time, especially Jared.
All right. It's 10:30. We okay? Should we take a break for 5 minutes? We still good to go? Another case here? All right. You guys let me know if there's, and staff too, if you need a rest break for 5 minutes or so. The next case is docket number 7, case number 13 with an address of 3922 Troost Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
No one has raised their hand.
Julia Hartman, it looks like, is the applicant.
And this was one, I think, in the comments, someone had asked if this was being dismissed.
I have not received any communications from the applicant about dismissing the case.
But on the other hand, we've continued it 4 times.
That is correct. And I have had previous good previous correspondence from them. Angie Splitgerber, I know, is the neighborhood representation for
Should
this
we-
area.
Should we let it rest for a few minutes and come back to it, maybe at noonish?
We can hold it, and I'll try to get in contact with Julia.
Okay, great. So we'll pause on this one. We'll come back to it later. Let's go to the next one. Docket number 8, case number 27, with an address of 561 Harrison Street. There's a quorum on this day of Mr. Benuki, myself, Mr. Gorens, Ms. Mixdorf, and Mr. Stiller. All 5 are in attendance today. Thank you. The only 5. So do we have the applicant, Mr. Henry, Corey, or who's presenting the case on their side?
I do, unless Mr. Henry is here via telephone, I do not see him in the attendees list.
I think we
Kind
heard
of
this
rem-
one done 28th, correct? So
We
was
heard
only
it
a
on the
couple weeks ago.
28th. Yep, and I believe the board had asked that they come back with a parking plan and had met with the neighborhood organization. Perhaps Mr. Henry thought it was continued to August 9th. I have not received any communication from Mr. Henry.
Jared, do you want us to pause that one? Because the quorum, we're going to lose 2 members of the quorum here. And it's going to put his case way behind. Do you want to maybe reach out to him to see if he can join us later on today?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. That's the same thing. Honestly, or maybe Anna, whoever wants to do it. Let's keep on going here. Docket number 9, case number 59, with an address of 9500 Warnell Road. Will the applicant at the Colonial Presbyterian Church, will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Okay, so we are promoting Michael Ryan.
Thank you. I've got to get up to that case number.
We also have several people on. I'll just admit everyone. I think some of it might be public testimony as well.
Okay.
Michael's been connected.
All
They are
right.
the applicant.
Great. I'll swear him in first, Anna, and then please promote the others, and I'll ask them a question here in a minute.
Understood.
Mr. Ryan, or I think you're Pastor Ryan, aren't you the pastor at the church, as I recall? You've got to turn on your microphone, sir. Your microphone's turned off. Still turned off. There's a button in the lower left of the Zoom screen that
Sorry.
says mute. There we go.
I apologize. I thought I was
It's okay.
connected via telephone.
It's okay. So I'd like to administer the oath to you. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
Yeah, my name's Michael Ryan. I'm founder and president of Forerunner Signs and Graphics, the sign company working with Colonial Presbyterian.
Okay, give me a second here. Mr. Ryan, there is a list of administrative exhibits found on page. I'm not there yet. I'm not sure I am there. Randy, I need you. I'm trying to find that page number where the administrative exhibits are.
Yeah.
I don't have any issues with it.
It's not there, I don't think, is it?
Yeah,
Is it? Can you help me out on where it is?
I don't think it's listed on a.
Yeah, I couldn't
All
find
right.
it either.
Okay. So, Mr. Ryan, there are a list of administrative exhibits that are associated with your case. they label usually 1 to 9, and they're items such as the PowerPoint, our code and administration, and some other things that we hear normally with every case. Do you have a problem with us admitting those exhibits today?
No, sir, not at all.
Great. Those exhibits are admitted usually 1 to 9. Let's see here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure who's going to present. Jared Clemens.
It's me. All right.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I apologize for the lack of the exhibits. It looks like the
No
last
worries.
page of my staff report got somehow cut off and
That's
another staff
okay.
report's first page was put in. Okay, give me 1 second while I share my screen here. Before us, we have docket item number 9, case number 29, located at 9500 Warnell Road, zoning district R-7.5. The applicant is seeking approval to the signage requirements of residential districts. Location of the subject site, it's in the Red Bridge area plan. More specifically, it's at the southwest corner of the intersection of Warnell Road and West Bannister Road. This is the site location, the proposed sign location there facing the intersection. This is an elevation of what the sign is proposed to look like. You can see it there. The case factors for the sign, it's 22.375 square feet larger than what is allowed in residential zoning districts. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by changes to the design of the signage, and staff has received 1 letter of support from the across the street neighbor to the north. I'll go back here. This is Burns and McDonald, I believe. And so they sent a letter of support for the signage. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Mr. Clemens, what's the square footage variance they're asking for this on this one? How many square feet variance?
22.375.
Okay, thank you. 1 second here. Mr. Ryan, before I ask you to speak to the merits of your case, in the audience, do we have people for or against this item? And so we have a few people. Are these, I see Matt, Gregory, Sherry, and maybe Kevin?
Yes, there's
Are you for or against this case?
Against.
Okay.
This is very.
That's fine. So I'll let you speak in just a minute, and I'll swear you in at that time. But in the meantime, I'd like Mr. Ryan to come back on screen and tell us why we should approve his case today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I've also got Pastor Easley and Matt Stinson with the church. I noticed. I haven't seen if anybody else is on, but
Greg Ely.
You guys feel free to jump in too. Really, the variance is required from a visibility standpoint, a wayfinding standpoint, and an identification standpoint. The church is rather prominent right there on the corner. As you can see, it's an extremely, extremely busy corner. Many other churches in that area as well. And they had a old sign way back when, but it wasn't visible. And it's been torn down for quite some time now. So we wanted identification purposes for the church, obviously, since nothing denotes it's Colonial Presbyterian. Additionally, the church serves over 500 people a week, servicing a food pantry for the community. So this sign would also operate as a wayfinding and directional sign and identification purposes for those individuals. We designed this sign outside of the 32 allowable square feet because the church is located on 10 acres, huge prominent church. The sign on the massive hill that you see on the depicted on the rendering Jared shared would dwarf that sign. You wouldn't even really be able to see it. And if you could, you'd only be able to see it from the middle of the intersection. As we know, that's a little too late in time. So what we did is we not increase in height of the sign, and in order to be in compliance with the city, we increased the width and put a slight curvature to the sign, which widens it and gives it a much bigger visibility areas to be viewed from the four corners. We've also moved that sign down the hill, so it's not, we're going to excavate into the side of the hill and grade all that. We've got engineering drawings to support everything, but didn't want to like be obtrusive. And when working with the church, we really wanted to be a neighborhood environment, be respectful of the neighbors, etc., but be able to accomplish the goals of the church as well.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Michael, would you mind commenting on the illumination of the sign, which I know has been a concern for some of the people have raised some concerns, and the illumination of the intersection?
Yes.
So hold on.
It's a great point,
Michael.
Matt.
Michael, stand by just for a second. Matt Stinson, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and same with Pastor Ely. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Yes, I do.
And please identify each of you for the court reporter, please. Thank you.
I'm
Go
Matt Stinson. I'm Executive Director over Finance Administration for Colonial Presbyterian Church.
I'm Greg Ely. I am the pastor of that campus. We're two campuses. I pastor the campus of Colonial Presbyterian Church.
Okay. And Mr. Stinson, you're making some comments a few moments ago. Please continue those.
Yes, I wanted to encourage Michael to discuss the how the sign is illuminated and how it will be viewed in view of there are 10 streetlights surrounding and in that intersection that put out quite a bit of light. Our sign is going to be softly illuminated from the internal. There's been some concerns with the neighbors that it's somehow going to look like a billboard or be really bright, and that is not our intention at all. And I don't believe that the sign will show that way, but I wanted Michael to at least give some.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. Thanks, Matt. And it's a great point. I would like to point out that we were really engaged, the church, myself, with the community, with the surrounding businesses, etc., because we really wanted to hear them concerns and address them. So the sign is not a front illuminated sign. It's not this huge illuminated sign. It does not contain channel letters, which are the thick front lit signs that you see on restaurants and those types of things. This is the face of the sign is aluminum, so virtually rendering the sign opaque. The only part that will be illuminated is the white that you saw in Jared's presentation. It's the name of the church and the little logo. That light is LED illuminated internally, and the letters themselves are a 3/4 inch push through acrylic. So that's a molded acrylic that pushes through the face of that illuminated sign or the non-illuminated sign to create a 3/4 inch illumination out of the front of the sign. We also put a white diffuser film after listening to some of the HOA concerns on the back of the push-through acrylic, which will soften the light even further. The streetlights that Matt mentioned dwarf any illumination that would ever be projecting from that sign toward the street.
Mr. Ryan,
if
did
you
you
put
have
your hand in front of it, the illumination comes out about 18 inches.
And Mr. Ryan, will that sign be turned off after a certain period during the evening, or is that going to be 24/7, sir?
No, sir, we've discussed putting that on a timer and a solar sensor. So when the sun goes down, it pops on, and when the sun starts coming up, it pops off.
Well, so that means it'd be on, during the 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning times.
Yes, sir. I'll let Greg and Matt address that. I know they've had some different conversations, and I know they were open to the potential of putting it on a timer, although that's not ideal for an illuminated sign. That wouldn't be what I would recommend as a professional expert.
Right. Well, I mean, just a thought as I'm going through this, comes on at dusk and maybe goes off at midnight or 1 o'clock, whatever time that would be set. But I'll go ahead and let the other people, or Matt or Greg, whoever wants to speak on that. Thank you.
Matt was going to speak to that.
Yeah, I think, it certainly if that's important to getting this variance approved, we would be very willing to do that. Because the streetlights are on all night, I don't think that's going to have a lot of impact, but to have the sign go off at, midnight or 1, but we would be, if that's an important variable, we would be willing to do that.
All right, thank you. There are a lot of hands raised in the audience. Let's go with those who are opposed. Please turn on your microphones and I'll swear you in. Those in support, I'll let you speak after the opposition. So I see Sherry, I see Judith, and Carol, are you opposed or for this one? Your microphone's turned off, Miss Carol.
Mark, in total, we have.
Opposed.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Anna.
We
Wait.
have Carol, Sherry, Kevin, Judith, and Stan who have been admitted from the attendees list.
Okay, I think I'm going to swear everyone in. So I'll read the oath and then I'll I'll do your first name and then you'll repeat your name to the court reporter. So for all those there, please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Let's start with Carol in the upper left.
I do.
And your
I
name,
do.
please. Your
Carol, Carol Winter Road. I do.
Thank you. Judith, you're next.
Judith Parker, I do.
Thank you. And sorry, I'm coming down. Kevin, you're next.
Kevin Barthol and I affirm.
Thank you. Stan? Okay. And Sherry, your microphone's turned off. Please turn that on and then you can say. You're still turned off, Sherry.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
I do.
Thank you. And your name for the court reporter?
Sherry Elliott.
Okay, great. I'm just going to pick, Carol, you were against. Do you want to speak on this motion?
Yes, I do. I'm Carol Winter Road, live at 9400 Madison. We've lived in the neighborhood for 47 years and Colonial has always been there. Everyone knows where Colonial Presbyterian Church is. And they've done some good things with their ministry. But this sign is not a good thing. This sign is a commercial sign in a residential area, and it has a negative impact on the neighborhood. We are encouraging you to deny the application. This is not a good sign for the church as far as the neighborhood is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parker, you're next.
My name is Judith Parker. I live at 210 West 94th Street. When I opened my front door, I looked directly at the colonnade on the front door of the church. At night in the winter, it's very prominent. Today, I'm going to put on my working hat, a lifetime landscape architect and designer. We all agree that the name of the church needs to be identified. It's a beautiful, huge church, as Mr. Ryan said. The full name, Colonial Presbyterian Church, is longer than the English alphabet. So for visibility, the size of the letters in the name must be large enough to see. That means a long sign. At the corner of 95th and Bannister, 95th and Warnell, the beautiful church lit nicely at night is stunning. It's a sign of its own. Why not paint Colonial Presbyterian Church in dark blue letters above the columns? Because of the lengthy name, it would be most effective to put the word colonial above the horizontal band of wood along the top of the columns, and Presbyterian Church would fit on the horizontal band. Or the church could just put colonial, and everyone knows it's a church. The floodlight on the columns and steeple might be brightened. These colonial style painted letters, both day and night, would be visible for greater distance than their proposed sign, because their elevation is higher. It would be a cheaper solution and it wouldn't break or blow away. My other comment is that there are 3 people here, 4, who are in the neighborhood. I've lived here 70 years, others have lived here 50 and 30. We own our houses. The letter of approval came from a renter in the neighborhood. That is Burns and McDonald. We as homeowners have a little community that we are committed to, and we love the church. We love everything about it. It's been a real asset, but it's already there, big, just painted on the front. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Ms. Elliott, I see you might be next. Thank you for speaking today.
Sorry. Yes, I'm Sherry Elliott. I live at 9401 Warnell, in the same neighborhood as Judith. My first question about the letter from Burns and Mac is it's not notarized, so can we have that removed from the record?
Mr. Clemens, your comment?
That is correct. We should remove that from the letter. That's my mistake.
Okay.
Thank you.
That letter is support, that amendment is withdrawn. Thank you.
And
go ahead, Ms.
With regard, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
With regard to Burns and Mac, they actually have their world headquarters across the street from our neighborhood, and they have 2 monument signs marking their entrances, and they're 28 square feet apiece, and they're unilluminated. My initial thought was the same as Carol's, that these signs seemed very commercial. And I went ahead and I drove around like within a 5-mile radius of our area just to look at other church signs. And what I've noticed is that they were all somehow able to conform to the ordinance, whether it be like 2 monument signs like Burns and Mac, or they didn't have to have one big sign in the front that does everything. So there's not really any reason for this sign. The other thing is it's not really facing any street at that intersection. It's actually facing at a diagonal directly toward our neighborhood. And what's really unusual about it is that their property is very high above the street, and ours is like, it goes to an extreme drop right from Bannister. So the house right next to Bannister would be 35 feet below the sign, and my property would be 50. So we go anywhere from 30 to 70 feet in our neighborhood. And I did send a link to a PowerPoint that I did of all the churches and their signs, and nothing even compared to the sign they're proposing. And also, I found a picture of our house facing the church in March. There are no leaves on the trees. You can see the church perfectly. And what they're missing is it's not so much about the illumination, but just having to look at their sign till all night or 2 a.m. or whatever, directly facing us at anywhere from 30 to 70 feet. It's the size of a small, like a junior poster billboard. And that's the location it would be for us. It's not that the sign itself is too bright. We just don't want to see it. And you shouldn't have to look upward and see something like that. There's no way to hide it with a tree or something. So I'm asking you to deny it. If you look at the criteria, all of the other churches I visited, 30, I didn't pick and choose, were able to meet the ordinance. So if you approve this, you would be doing something special for them. And you would also be harming our neighborhood. So I'm asking you to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. And this committee is very sensitive to variances on signs. I will tell you that much. Thank you, Ms. Elliott. Okay, Kevin, you're next.
Okay, yes, I am in opposition to the sign, and I attended the public meeting. They had it, and if you take a look at the sign, there's a lot of space on the ends. And if you tighten that up, I think they can be in compliance just through cleaning up the area that they want aesthetically to look good. Second point I have, and they didn't mention this, is if you look in there in the staff report that's drafted, underneath the area, the applicant statement for practical difficulty, there's a last sentence down there that says the monument sign, along with small entryway signs, will help eliminate this, referring to their problem of being found by churchgoers and or food pantry people. So once again, this oversized sign plus additional signs, I think they could meet their goal with being in compliance with the additional signs. And lastly, and this was not demonstrated anywhere, underneath the code 88-445-06 for residential area signs is what they fall under. There's a setback requirement, and none of their documentation show anywhere to where they have met that or demonstrated it. So, and they did mention that it's coming down the hill, so it's even going to be closer towards the property lines. And lastly, I agree with the other objectors that, you know, Colonial Church, historical landmark in Kansas City. I even used it during the 435 construction when I had a lot of out-of-towners coming into town, have them get off at Bannister, come down Bannister, take the left at the giant church with the steeple. No one got lost. The church speaks for itself in the South Kansas City area as a landmark. And a compliant sign would more than do the job. In fact, over the years, if you look on the opposite side of the street, on the southeast corner, there's a house, and standard 4x8 political signs have been put on that corner for years. They're all visible, get the election jobs done for people to see. So once again, I'm just in opposition to the sign and think that a compliant sign will more than do the job. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Stan, you're the next.
I really don't have, thank you. I really don't have much to add to the elegant speakers that preceded me. We don't want to live on the highway. And that's what it reminds me of what they're planning to do. There's all kinds of options not to put us on the highway, but the one thing we don't want is to see somebody put up a sign that's that large. And as most of the people have said before me, the neighborhood's against it, and it's just unnecessary. So I don't think I have anything specific to add because my neighbors were so eloquent in their own right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Matt or Greg, how would you like to, or Michael, how would you like to respond to these comments?
Yeah, I'd like to respond. First of all,
Go Go ahead, Greg, and then I'll go.
I'll just say, well, thank you for those who have responded, who are in the neighborhood, who are on this call. I would like to say that we did attend the Housing Association meeting to present this. And there are, I believe, 4 or 5 people on the call today, but they did not represent the whole room. And there were a majority of people who spoke to us in affirmation of this sign and our efforts. I also want to say that our church has been in existence for over 65 years. And we do a lot of work for the community. We do have a food pantry. We also work with harvesters, and we're currently working with the Center School District in eradicating homelessness for those students, which at times could be up past 200 people. So sometimes that requires us to house families at our location overnight and through the weekends. There are, our church, the building itself is prominent. You can notice that building, but there are several churches in our neighborhood. And so for people to identify us, and oftentimes that is at night, there needs to be an illuminated sign. Also, the street signs that are there that are put up by the city far outshine the light that will be applied to this sign. And from the angles that we have taken at night from the neighborhood, the street lights overtake any lighting that the signage would have. So those are some of the comments that I would like to make. And Michael.
Thank you. Matt, anything else to add? And then I'll get Michael. 1 second.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I would echo Greg. I mean, we appreciate the feedback from the neighbors, and we want to have a positive relationship with our neighbors. I honestly believe if the sign gets built, they're not going to have as much trouble with it or think of it as a billboard, because I think it's going to be more subtle than is being viewed. But I respect their opinions. So,
okay, Mr. Ryan.
I'd too just like to say thank you for the feedback. When I entered this partnership with Colonial, that was a concern. They wanted to be a good neighbor. We have, so a couple comments. As far as the other churches in the area, there are no other churches in the area located on anywhere close to 10 acres of property. So that's one of the reasons we're seeking variance, is just the size of the property. Additionally, when we first ventured into this project with the church, we had discussed making 2 monument signs, both 32 square feet, just like Burns and Mac, but it's more obtrusive. It takes up more space. You're actually taking up more square footage and separating and making 2 signs. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to us. And again, as being good neighbors, we were trying to be less obtrusive. If I could, I'd like to share my screen just real quick.
Go ahead.
All right, so jump back up here a little bit. So this is a shot front on of the sign at night.
We don't see you. We don't see your screen, Michael.
Oh, let me jump back. I hit share screen. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Oh, share. Now
There
can
we
you
go.
see me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a picture of the sign at night in front of the church. As you can see, the lights around well dwarf any illumination coming from that sign. It's not massive on the hill. It's not obtrusive. If you took that and shrunk it by 22 square feet, you'd barely be able to see the sign from this picture. You wouldn't be able to read it. So I also wanted to jump in here. There's various pictures from where some of the homeowners live that had the major concerns. We really wanted to address those. So we drove around and took pictures. These are daytime photos, but if you look, these top 2 pictures are staring up the hill. This is Burns and Mac. This picture here, 3rd row down, left-hand side. side is roughly where the homeowners that I heard the concerns from live. And I don't, I just don't see how they're going to be able to see the sign outside of the street lights along with the other illumination. So I just wanted to present that and give you guys some actual views and visuals because I know they help me.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, since that's an exhibit, that will be exhibit number 10. And we ask you to submit that to Jared Clemens eventually, these pictures and such.
I will have it sent over to him momentarily.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members, what kind of comments do you have or questions?
I had a question. So I was looking on just Google Maps, and from a street view, I see that there's a fabric sign currently out in front of the church, if that is still accurate. Can you tell me what size that is? Looks like the same design as this proposed one, just more of a temporary solution.
Well, yeah, one point, if I'm not seeing what you're seeing, but we did mock up a banner sign in the dimensions of this sign to just be able to kind of view it from various angles. So,
okay.
And
I'm just one board member, Mr. Ryan and or Ms. Greg Ely. Is there a way to reduce the size of this somewhat? Do you want to come back to us? I mean, we're not denying the sign. What we're denying is the size of the sign. Do you feel like you could get by without any variance on this? Matt, Greg, Ryan, any of those three?
Can I follow up on Mark's question?
Comment first.
Oh, sorry. Can I follow up on Mark's question really quick as you respond to that? Could you tell me the height of the actual letters of the word colonial? Is that like a foot tall?
Let me look real quick while they're
the actual sign is the sign sits on a 2-foot stone base, and the height of the actual sign is 45 inches, so about 3 3/4 feet tall. And then the letters within that, I don't know, just looking at them, they're probably in the range of about 2 feet in terms of perspective. Michael can probably give the actual. There is some space on each side of the logo to allow some spacage. So I don't know if you counted the base, the 24-inch base, which is just stone, then it would be very hard to get within the 32 square foot requirement. If you didn't count the base, we could cut out some of the margin on each side. I mean, we prefer the aesthetics of it, but if we cut out the margin on each side, we could get pretty close to the 32 square foot. Maybe it'd end up 35 or 36, but
I just, as kind of Mark was saying too, if there's a way to decrease the signage, I was just wondering if the font itself, if instead of a 2-foot tall letter, it became a 12 or an 18-inch letter, if that would still be kind of meet your needs, but help reduce that square footage to have less of a variance request.
Sure, and I looked real quick, Ms. Mixdorf, and the logo itself is about 32 inches. The word colonial, the capitals, right at 18.5. And I apologize, I'm on vacation. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning here, and I don't have the size of the Presbyterian church, but obviously much smaller than that.
That was helpful though, thank you.
Mr. Clemens, Jared, is the base part of the variance, or is that I'm unfamiliar?
Yeah, the base is not counted in the calculation.
All right. Okay. I feel like I'm just one board member, but I feel like maybe we send this back to possibly reduce the size, or we can just vote on it too, whatever you want to do.
If I could I just ask a quick question? if you guys are gonna vote, great. If not, could we get some sort of guidance on what you are looking for?
We can't give you guidance, Mr. Ryan. All we can do is vote yes or no today, or we could give you a, come back to our next meeting with a revision. Like I said, I'd rather hear from other fellow board members, but I'm just one guy, but I feel like it's a little bit too large. Everyone, I love the church. Greg, you've got a wonderful church, and I've lived in this city for 40 years plus. And I know if someone said, let's go to Colonial, I know what they're talking about. Now, I'm an old guy. I appreciate that. I didn't hear any of these other people that spoke against the sign speaking against your church. It's a very lovely church. So, maybe you go back with Mr. Ryan. But again, I'm just the chairman. I don't make the motions here. So,
yeah. And I agree with that. And I thank you, Brother Mark, for your comments. And I think all of us would agree that for those who have been a part of Kansas City for any number of time, will be very familiar with Colonial. Our efforts are to reach those who won't be. For those who would, new people moving into our neighborhood, which is a very quickly growing neighborhood from people from out of town, as Kansas City as a whole is. And so our efforts are to try to reach those who are new to the neighborhood, those who are new to our city. So for that particular value is why we're saying we would need that signage.
And I've only been in Kansas City 8 years, so maybe I'm newer than some others, but I did not know where this church was located. So I think I appreciate the desire to have signage and well-designed signage. I think it's a very beautifully designed sign. I just agree that it might be a little large for that area.
I was going to say, I've only been here 8 years and I had no clue either. So.
Mr. Ryan, your Hawaii connection is cutting out on you, sorry, or Mexico, wherever you are in the world.
It's in Hawaii, I believe. Yeah, you're breaking up a little, Michael.
All right. So I think I hear some of our committee members saying they have a little bit of concern with the size of this sign. It might be to your advantage to request a continuance to our next board meeting, which is, I believe, August 9th. Randy, anybody? Is that our next one? I think so. It's August 9th, where Mr. Ryan and you all could come across with a revised proposal that would not be so large.
One last question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
For everyone, was there any consideration or thoughts about, as opposed to having it perched on top of the hill, from where this photo was taken, it sort of interferes with the facade of the building. Was there any discussion about cutting it into the hill so it wouldn't be so prominent?
I actually believe
it's yeah, I'll answer that because I know Michael's having some connection issues. It's about 3 feet down the hill. The depiction you have there is a little hard to see that because the hill has a kind of a slope at the top. It is 3 feet down the hill. If we go any further than that, there's still a concern about the structure of the sign. I mean, we could look at that, but it makes it a little more of a challenge on that hill to take it too far down it. So
yeah, I was talking more about carving it into the land as opposed to on the posts.
We can hear you, Michael, but you're crackling.
Is this any better?
A little bit.
Well,
very little. Beautiful home.
Yeah, I guess Greg and Matt, unless you have opposition, I think we come back to the drawing board and the size space and that kind of thing, and come back and really appreciate all the feedback from everyone and everyone's time.
Yeah, I would propose that. I would agree, and I think Mark, you've made some really good points, and the other board members and neighbors. So I think I would propose, rather than go forward with a vote right now, which I think might be not to our advantage or to accomplish our goal, I think we should withdraw. And what we'll do is we'll kind of rework the sign and take this feedback and come back either in August or September, whichever works best. So
What would you prefer, Mr. Stinson? We can do August or September.
Michael,
Mr.
do you, how
Ryan,
much,
August or September?
Michael, how much time do you think you would need?
We can add it to Jared. We'll get it to Jared at the end of this week.
He said we'd get it to Jared by the end of this
So we
week.
could do August, yeah. We could do
Okay.
August.
All right, so board members, do I hear a motion to continue this case to the August 9th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Benuki. Second, anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixer. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to August 9th. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate everyone's comments today.
Thank
So
you.
we're going to
Thank
take
you all.
a quick 5-minute rest break. On my clock, it says let's meet back here at 11:20 straight up, and we'll continue on with the cases. Thank you very much. We'll take a break at this time. Okay, how do I get my stop video? There we go. Oopsie, I'm still not muted though.
Okay. Let's see here.
And Mark, we have updates on the 2 cases that we held, so we
Okay.
can deal with those before we move on to our new case.
Perfect. Thank you. What we got? We got everybody back yet? Tony?
Like we're missing Tom Grens.
Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Okay, great. And before we go back live, if we go too deep into the afternoon, I mean, you know, I'd like to work through lunch ideally, but if it looks like we're not going to be finished by 1 or 1:15, 1:30, then we'll take a lunch break sometime as we go on. So thank you. All right, I think we're ready to go back live if you guys are.
City
All right.
staff is ready.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to reconvene the Board of Zoning Adjustment, July 12th, 2022 meeting. And Anna, I think you had some remarks for us.
Yep. So docket item number 7 can be dismissed. I did hear back from the applicant and they're wishing to dismiss the case.
Okay. Wasn't there another one?
And then docket item number 8, we suggest continuing it with fee to August 9th. But remember about the multiple continuances that we've already heard on this case and the subject matter related to the previous continuance for how many continuances you want to further grant.
Right. Did they answer, Anna? Did they?
No.
Okay. Okay, so when we come back on, I guess we're back on, but we'll talk about that case in just a second. So before we take our next case, I'd like to recall docket number 7, case number 13 with an address of 3922 Troost Avenue. Anna, do you have some recommendations for us on this case?
This case can be dismissed as the applicant has contacted me and has informed me that there's no longer a need for this variance.
Okay, board members?
So moved to dismiss.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Second for that one, please.
Second.
Thanks, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with that motion. I'm now calling again docket number 8, case number 27 with an approximate address of 561 Harrison Street. So let me quickly say my comments on this. I'm not trying to influence anybody. We've heard this case before. I know I've heard it. They talked about trying to add a 5th unit. Me personally, I never was a fan of that. One second here, to allow for a 5 unit. I'm not in favor of that myself, but I leave it up to my board members to say. So I would say, since we've done 3 different continuances on this, maybe it's time to say dismiss it and let it go bye-bye.
I will point out though, one of our last requests for them was to meet with the neighborhood.
Right.
And I know we didn't really get any neighborhood feedback. So that'd be my only concern if we dismissed it, because if they did have the opportunity to reach out, I'd be curious to hear kind of where that landed, but.
That's fine. So
Yeah, I'm a little more on the patient side, because they have responded when we had them continue, and getting a site plan and working out that parking and meeting with the community can certainly take some time.
Okay, so move it to August 9th. Is that what I hear you guys saying, with fee or no fee? It's up to you.
I would make that motion now if everybody else is interested.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr.
I did. That's me giving the motion.
Yeah, case number 27 is what it is. I'm ready for your motion. Wait. Oh, you're good. Anna, do you want to say something?
Stiller, did you say with fee or without fee?
With fee.
Okay. All right. I've got a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
chair votes with that motion, and this is moved, or this is continued to August 9th. All right. Now, where the heck are we, guys?
Docket number 10, I believe.
Perfect, thank you. I see Colonial right above it, thank you. So we're going to call case number 55, docket number 10, with an address of 8660 North Broadway Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be admitted to the meeting?
Okay. No one matching the names on the docket, but I'm going to admit John McGee.
Okay.
And Quentin.
All right.
John has been connected.
Hey, Jonathan, turn on your camera and microphone, please. Mr. McKee. There he goes.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can, Mr. McGee. What's your interest in this case? Are you for or against? Are you the presenter?
Actually not, but I'm not sure where he is. I am the partner for Casey Lodge Ventures, owner of this business that is going there at 8660 North Boardwalk.
And Quentin Tota, is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yes, Tata.
Okay, great. Okay, and are you going to be presenting today, it sounds like?
Yes, I'm Quentin Tata with Luminous Neon Sign Company, representing the signage project.
Okay, give me a second here. I'm going to swear you both in, both Quentin and John. John, will you turn on your camera if you've got one?
I'm trying to.
Okay. We just have to see you to do the oath. If not, that's okay.
Well, I think I did, but I don't think it's working.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. So please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
I do.
Okay, please identify each name to the court reporter. Quentin?
Quentin Tata.
Thank you. John, you're next.
John McGee, partner for Casey Lodge Ventures.
Okay, thank you. All right. Do we have anyone in the audience that's either for or against this motion, this case? Any hands coming up?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. So Najma, you're in charge of this one. Please present the case to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for getting the name.
I'm sorry. You already admit the exhibits. I might have.
Oh, no, you're right. Thank you, Ms. Baxter. Quentin, since you're speaking for the group, there's a list of exhibits listed on page 3. I believe I'm looking for that page number now. It's not listed, but it's page number 3. It's labeled, they're exhibits 1 to 9, and they're used for the board in your case today. They're standard exhibits. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits today?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. Exhibits 1 to 9 are admitted. And thank you, Najma. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Before us, we have docket item number 10, case number CD BZA 2022-55, located at 8600 North Boardwalk Avenue in a B3-3 zone district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the maximum projecting sign dimensions. The subject site is located in the northern portion of the city in Lion Creek Valley. This is an aerial view of the city just west, or I'm sorry, I know directions, just east of I-9 here, and sorry, that is incorrect. In this portion of the shopping mall here off of North Ambassador Drive. This is the 2 elevations of the sign as if it were seen during the daytime versus the evening. and the location of the projecting sign being radially projected from the building. This is an overview of the elevations of the sign in relation to the other signs they have on the building and where the sign will be located. This is a street view of the current location as it is in Google Maps. However, they have already, they are already in this building and the other signs are already posted. This is the location of the radially projecting sign that you are requesting a variance for today. Variance A, again, to the size of a radially projecting sign. The applicant is requesting a variance of 27.5 square feet from the requirement. No, it won't produce a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood as it is a commercial property and the other places in that strip are commercially used. And yes, a change in design may obviate the need for the variance, as a radially projecting wall sign can be up to 40 square feet in a commercial district. Their proposed area is 67.5 square feet. Again, requesting the variance in the amount of 27.5 square feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Quentin, are you presenting today? Why should we approve your case? Or maybe it's John, one of the two.
Yeah, I'll take the lead first. So to keep this sign in brand standard with Twin Peaks and the proportions for the other signage, they're asking that the sign be able to project off the corner of the building to be able to be seen by traffic in that area, a little bit larger than what is by code. That area, that business backs up to 152 Highway, which in years past was able to be visible from the highway, but all of the tree growth around both corners of the building is quite a bit taller now and isn't able to be seen. And also with the design of this building, that corner location where this sign goes inset into the building with the sign code for the size of the projecting sign would not be able to be seen by traffic to be able to bring in new business. It's a completely non-residential commercial area, so there isn't a fear of anything being a distraction.
Mr. Chairman, may I also add to that?
Sure.
First off, thank you very much for listening to us today and members. You know, opening a business, hospitality, restaurant in this environment is difficult enough as it is. And this is our first time that we've done a building. Usually we're a freestanding building in our other locations. And this is the first time that we've done one at the end of a strip center. The strip center itself, and I'm sure that they are trying their best to fill all the other spots that are open, but we are going to be their biggest tenant. One of the biggest tenants there to provide a lot of traffic. And one of the things that we need, because of where it sits, as Quentin mentioned, is that sign. If you look at that picture of those signs where Twin Peaks was facing, I believe that's Boardwalk. On the opposite side of that, there's no, our name is not present. There's a sign, but our name is not present. And for us to be seen and to draw attention to that location, this sign will help us tremendously to be successful there. Like I said, it's not easy anymore in this business to do that. And any help that you guys can give us to, for the passing cars to be able to see it. The back of the building is, you can't see it at all. The side is getting to be more and more invisible because of the trees. And we just want to be able to be successful there and get as much signage on that building that people will know we're there and to stop in and help us make it moving forward. We're absolutely thrilled to be part of the community. We just want to put ourselves in the best position to be successful.
All right. Thank you. Board members, questions for these gentlemen?
I have more of a question for Najma, maybe, or Tom, if you had a question, you can go first.
Do we have any pictures of the view from the highways? We get an idea of the tree line that you're talking about, and then the distance that's involved. I'm having a hard time understanding that without a visual.
I don't believe that any were submitted in the case. It's mostly blueprint. If you go back to that photo there, you can see back behind the building. Now the previous one, yeah, of Houlihan's, back behind the building is 152 highway. You'll see those trees are grown up quite a bit, so the visibility of the building from the highway is no longer. So, and as John mentioned, on the east side to the right in this photo, you'll see those trees have grown up quite a bit as well, starting to block view of the building until you're nearly past it.
Yeah, this one just doesn't do me any help. This doesn't help. It's a photo, but it doesn't bring any clarity there. All right. So we don't have anything. Okay.
Oops. Mr. McGee, in Overland Park, there's a restaurant. What size is that sign out there? As I recall, may not be there anymore.
No, I have, it's in Olathe. I have a sign there, and it sits right on 119th Street. It's like it's just our normal signage because there's no obstructions, and 119th Street is just like I mean, it's the best, it's the best signage I could possibly get just by putting our normal signs there.
Right.
So Najma, I'm looking at this plan for the signage. So it's only sign B that we're looking at a variance for. Sign C, A, and D can be placed outright.
Correct. I can show an aerial view again of the area from Google Maps. It won't, you can see that there is landscaping there. I don't know that it'll help you visualize it any clearer. You can tell me. And I can see if the little man will land on the highway or not. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Facing them in the right direction. Yeah, so this is the location here, and this is the landscaping.
From that shot, it gives me the impression that no matter how big the sign is, you couldn't see it.
I think you're right. When we drove the highway, we said, well, we're not going to get any visibility from this way. We need to do as much as we can on the size that we're able to, and get as much as you guys will let us have. It's you know, drawing attention to any business is important, but when you are in a strip center like this one, and at the end where I think at the opposite end, it's that building is more visible, but at our end, it's really covered up.
All right, thank you.
John, in that strip center, does anyone else have a projecting sign like yours on the other end, you said? What's the other business on the other end, sir?
Chipotle is on the other side, and it's very clear and visible from that end. Even from 29, you can see the strip, but nobody has a sign that I can think of that will come off the corner like that.
Right.
But again, Mr. Chairman, there's only, I don't know the exact number, but there's a lot of vacant spaces in that building, in that strip center, a lot of vacant spaces.
Right.
And we don't have a monument sign out front either, so that doesn't help us.
Right. Do you see yourself maybe being able to reduce the size of that? Where you're not asking for 24 or 27 square feet of variance, maybe 18, 19. Sometimes when when you come before us, we understand your conditions, but the next guy down the street, not necessarily in your strip center here, but the next guy says, well, you gave Twin Peaks that 27-foot variance, and you may have heard our last case on the Colonial Presbyterian Church, where they were denied their larger sign case. Did you happen to bring a secondary proposal with you today? Some sign companies do.
Quentin, I don't know if you have a secondary, but to speak to that, none of the other tenants, most of them are just a flat entryway as you go up towards the Chipotle. They have one sign, it sits up against the wall. They're not on the corner like we are, where we're hidden by the trees. So even if they would ask you about our variance, there's no place for them to put a sign like that.
And Mr. McKee, not to interrupt you, but we're not talking about this particular location. We're talking about locations throughout the city.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
And like that, do you see there might be some wiggle room to shrink this sign a little bit, not to get rid of it, but to shrink it some, that would still give you the effect you're looking for?
So I'd say this, I think also if you scroll to the overhead view of the building, because of where that sign would be positioned, it's on that inset corner. So any smaller, it wouldn't be able to be seen as well from around the corner, and it would kind of be hidden if it had to be 4-foot projection.
To the chair's point a little bit, what crosses my mind is if we had, some shots, some images from the various highways and maybe some aerials to go along with that we could sort of hang our hat on to clearly understand the situation. I'm getting a grip on the distance and the landscape, the trees, the landscaping that's obscuring it, which makes your case a little bit unique. And doesn't work so much toward a setting of precedents, but kind of need a little more evidence presented to make it a solid case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyone else? Ms. Mixdorf, our architect.
I had similar sentiment as Tom. Just as I kind of look at this elevation, I understand the need and kind of the predicament that you're in on that corner, but you already have a similar signage right at the front entry in addition to the other signage opportunities with sign C and D. So I'm a little hesitant to allow the larger sign in that corner just with the other signage that's already occurring on the building.
I hear mixed emotions, guys. I see Mr. Stiller would like to have some other evidence that would justify the larger sign, and then maybe I don't know. So we could move this case to August 9th to give you time to give us some more evidence on it. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Mr. Banuki, so you may need all four of us to agree on that August 9th meeting, possibly.
And Mark, if I could jump in, this is making the August 9th docket quite large, where we might not get through all of the cases that have been applied for as of today and the continuance is granted today. So we need to consider either scheduling a special meeting in August or start to continue cases to September.
Okay. Or we could vote on this one today, board members.
May I just add one more thing? We are opening August 15th. And if we don't get variance today and we have to go to a continuance and try to get a different sign, not only made and developed, the cost factors there, but then we're going to have to bring in equipment and such to now it's, you know, we can get in there with no problems. We'll have to do that when we're, you know, near our opening.
Right. Well, John and Quentin, you tell us what to do. Should we vote today?
Quentin, how do you feel about the a different sign, trying to get a little smaller?
I think if you go much smaller, it's you know, it's not going to be able to be seen at that point. And then, like you said, if having to go smaller and be heard later, and then especially since it's over the entrance where a lot of foot traffic is going to be, it's going to require special equipment to be able to install that.
Yeah,
but
I think I agree with Quentin. I think the cost factor of going back and redesigning a new sign and not being able to, and again, once I will say all we're trying to do is just to be successful there, get our business seen so that we can be the most successful in that location as we possibly can be. Again, our first chance of doing a strip center versus a freestanding building makes all the difference in the world. We haven't had these issues with freestanding buildings because of where they sit on corners and what have you. And this just presented more problems from a visibility standpoint, and would certainly appreciate your consideration. So I think we just would like to have a vote for us to be successful there by you guys to vote on it now. Because as we get closer to the opening date, we're just going to have too many other issues.
One second, Tom. I'm sensitive to Mr. Stiller's comment. It is, I don't want to say it's in the middle of nowhere, guys, but it is isolated. So it's not like you're putting this at 39th and Main Street either in Kansas City, Missouri. So I'm sensitive to your needs for a slightly larger sign. Okay, Mr. Gorns, thank you. Go ahead.
And I kind of have the same thing to say. I live in the Northland, and with the business the way they've been for the last couple of years, I think we need him to be successful, not only for his business, but for the Northland. We need help in businesses up here, so I think we should grant him his sign.
All right. Well, Mr. Gorns, is that a motion? Did I hear you? First of all, anyone else with any other comments before we go? Mr. Gorns, do you want to make that motion in case number 55?
Yes. Number 55 at 8660 North Broadway Avenue. I think we should allow the sign as stated with the additional evidence that we've added.
Okay. Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Second with Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, nays?
Opposed.
Okay. And Tony, I didn't hear you. Did you go yes or no?
Yes, aye.
Okay.
Evans, maybe you want to do a roll call?
Okay, I think we heard everybody, but go ahead. Let's go across the top. Mr. Benuki, you said aye. Ms. Newscliffe, I heard you say no. I heard Mr. Stiller say yes. Mr. Gorans, I think I heard you say yes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the chair votes with the motion, so it does pass. Good luck with your project, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your
time. Okay. All right, we've got, we're going to skip, not skip, but we've got a whole bunch. And then we jump to docket number 15 with a case number 83, an address of 3202 Carnes Boulevard. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
No one is raising their hand. Najma, do you know if anyone else on their team is planning on representing them today?
It looks like Stephen is here.
Oh, see it. Stephen is being promoted.
I'm trying to get to that page. number.
Zoom must just be running slow today. Our apologies, Stephen.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We are. Just give me a second here. I'll be there in just a second. Yikes, is this a fence case? Yeah. Sorry.
This case starts on page 139.
Thank you, Randy. You're the best. Okay, 139. I don't know why it's not giving it to me. Where we go? There we go. Okay, I think I'm there. Almost. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Case number 15. I'm there. All right. Let's see. Sorry, let me look back here at the screen. Who have we got? Najma?
Stephen Costa.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Stephen, would you turn on your microphone and camera, please?
So I believe I have my microphone on, but I do not have a camera, unfortunately.
Okay, that's no problem. I'd like for you to raise your right hand and say, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And could you please identify your first and last name to the court reporter?
This is Stephen Caruso.
Thank you. Najma, will you please, oh wait, I'm sorry. There are a list of exhibits, Stephen, on page 2. Yeah, page 2 of your packet today. They're labeled 1 through 11, and they are a list of items that we need for the to hear your case today. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits for your case?
No, I do not. Please do.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. And Najma, thank you very much for helping us out. Thank you.
Of course. Good morning. Before us, we have docket item number 15, case CD BZA 2022-83, located at 3202 Carnes Boulevard. The applicant is seeking approval of special exception to bring an existing historical fence as well as an updated portion of the fence to match the character of the historical fence into compliance. The applicant is located in the Midtown Plaza area of the city. This is an aerial view of their home. This is a picture of both the old fence and the new fence replaced in the same manner as which the old fence was. And there will be some clarity to that in the next few slides. This is the front view of the home. As you can see, this is the rear fence and a side fence, so you can't really see it from the front of the home. This is an aerial view or a panoramic, sorry, it took me a second. A panoramic view of their yard. This is a fence, a new fence meant to match the old fence that is over 6 feet in height. And so for additional clarity, this orange portion here of the fence was replaced to match the previous fence exactly as it was. This was replaced to match the previously historically there fence, but match it in height as well. And this new fence was meant to match the historic fence, the replaced fence, and stay within the character of the other fencing on the home. This again is a special exception to a fence on a residential lot. The applicant is requesting a 2-foot special exception above what is allowed, and a change in design may obviate the need for this exception, but may alter the established historic character that they simply replaced from the old fence. This is an overview of that variance. Again, the maximum allowed fence in rear and side yards is 6 feet. The fence height being proposed is 8, and they're requesting a variance of 2 feet. That concludes my staff presentation. I believe that the applicant has additional information if required.
All right. And before we let the applicant speak, do we have anyone in the audience who's either for or against this case today? please raise your hand to be identified.
No one has raised their hand.
Thank you. Mr. Caruso, tell us why we should grant this 2-foot exception to your case.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. Hello to the board. So this fence was literally blown apart by a bad storm. For time reference, that was right at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were experiencing a lot of the supply chain issues. And if you all recall, there was in fact a major lumber shortage at the time. In order to get it repaired as quickly as possible, we kind of searched the entire greater Kansas City area for 6-foot boards and were unsuccessful. The only thing that major retailers in town had was 8-foot boards. They, of course, matched that northwest half of the fence that Najma identified in yellow on the aerial view. And we, asked both of our neighbors, like, hey, look, this has never looked really good with the 2 different heights as it was. Do you mind if we extend this back half and a portion along the driveway the same height to match? We got yes responses. In fact, they offered to help pay for the fence itself, and were both collaborative with the build and design of the fence. So I'm requesting this special exception, not only to, I guess, not have to experience any more expense after having paid for premium price lumber during a shortage, but also because I don't seem to find any issue with it. It's barely visible from the street, as indicated in all of your exhibit photos that I included. It has a truly minimal impact, if any, on our historical district. And quite frankly, it looks far better than the original one. The construction is quality. We ensured the way that it was built that we will not experience any rot issues that caused the other one to completely collapse. Worked pretty hard on it to get collaboration with both neighbors, and although there are none of my supporters here with us today due to work and time constraints, there were 6 individuals that submitted letters of support, had them notarized, and all of them are direct neighbors along Carnes Boulevard, some of which had not even noticed that we'd replaced it until I pointed it out. I'd like to also include that one of my supporters is an actual member of our Coleman Highlands HOA board, and the fence has never become a topic of conversation at any of their monthly board meetings. And she in fact included, it looks nicer than all the others that she's seen in the neighborhood. So those are my reasons, and I'd be happy to accept any additional questions the board has about the fence.
I did neglect to mention Mr. Caruso submitted an extra letter of support from one of the neighbors. We can admit that as an additional exhibit this morning, and it is notarized.
Thank you. I'll accept that. I'll add that as exhibit number 12 on that one. Thank you. It's submitted. Najma, was the Board of Zoning had a complaint on the fence, or does this Stephen applying for a permit and that's how this came about?
We don't permit fences. Generally speaking, there's a neighborhood complaint that comes in that triggers the need for a variance. And I believe the neighbor to the west of the property, to the rear of the property, one of the neighbors may have made a neighborhood complaint. Mr. Caruso can confirm how they got to this point.
Would you like me to do so now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the complaint was specifically generated by the farthest most northwest panel of the privacy fence, which, as Ms. Muhammad mentioned, and I confirmed, was replaced in like kind. That particular panel of the fence was always this height. In fact, I believe the original one might have even been a few inches taller. The neighbor that generated the complaint, although it is done anonymously to the 311 system at the city, was not anonymous to me and my husband. We actually, this gentleman that submitted the complaint had quite a few harsh words for the man who was helping me build the fence. And we went over to his house to try and address his concerns directly. He expressed to us that his issue was the fact that the fence touched his fence. And, you know, we tried to explain to him with rectangle lots and two perpendicular lines of fence, unfortunately, a corner has to meet at some point, and that it was no different than the previous fence. In fact, it was attached at the exact same place. You know, he was pretty upset that he wasn't consulted about the fence, although it does not border any part of his property, and told us that he had filed the complaint, but when the 311 operator expressed to him that forming a corner of two perpendicular lines of fence was not actually a problem, he then chose to complain about the height of the fence, which he told us about. He said they didn't want to hear about it touching, so I told him it was too tall. Although, you know, it has always been that tall. So in my limited view, there was no real way to rectify that type of complaint.
All right. So when you're building the fence, Stephen, you're trying to replace what was there before.
Yes, and specifically in that section that generated the complaint.
Najma, would you be so kind as to show us that aerial view, please? Remember you had that, or not aerial, it was a panorama view, I think, in your presentation. Thank you. Close. Next case.
My apologies. Here we go.
It's okay.
There.
There it is. So where's the issue, Stephen? Back there?
Yes, so if you see where the mouse is circling right there, that is it. Our fence is on the right-hand side, which, as you can see, was probably initially built taller to block the view of that shed. And that greenhouse directly behind is the resident that generated the complaint. It is very difficult to see his actual fence in this photo due to the greenery there, but the fences join right around that where that telephone pole comes down.
Yeah. Right. The previous chair of this committee, Stephen, was not a big fan of giving variances of fences over the 6-foot limit. She had an issue with visibility, isolating the neighborhood, things like that. Is the gentleman's fence also 8 foot behind you?
No, it is not.
It's 6 or less.
Yeah, I believe it's 6.
Do you know when the original fence, the part that was knocked down, was constructed?
It was in March. I want to say it was around the same time that Kansas City went into lockdown. I feel like it, and I can't remember.
Well, I thought you said there's something I was reading here about the historical character. So I didn't know if part of the fence was, from 1920 or something like that, and that was being matched to that historical character.
Oh, I see. So yes, it was not that old, but the previous fence that was there, that 8-foot section, I guess the term is grandfathered in. It was that old. So whatever.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you. That's helpful. No, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we have no other opposition. Najma, thank you for sharing your screen. Thank you. All right. Any other board members' comments or questions? Okay. Hearing none. What say you?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stellar?
Case number 83, I would move that the board grant the height variance, including that new exhibit 12 for the photographs, staff report, site plans.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes against the option here. So it does pass. Congratulations and continue on, Stephen.
Well, thank you so much for your time and consideration today, board. I greatly appreciate it.
Sure. All right. Next case is docket number 16, case number 86 with an address of 101 East Winthrop Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand? This is Najma again.
You should be promoting a Megan Heath and Look Down Val.
Megan is being promoted.
Thank you. I'm trying
Same with Thuk.
There he is.
Zoom is just running a little slow. Megan, you need to accept the promotion. Thuk has been promoted. I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. Megan has also been connected.
All right. Hello. I'm going to swear you in, both of you guys. Thank you. Please raise your right hand and wait a second. Megan, do you have a camera?
I am. It's slowly getting there.
Okay, I'm going to wait for you to come online, then we'll administer the oath to both of you guys. Thank you.
There it goes.
Both of you all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Great. And could you repeat your names to the court reporter? Go ahead.
Thuk Dawn Vo, or you can call me Dawn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Megan Heath.
Thank you, Megan. All right. And as I've said to the other cases today, in your case, there are some exhibits we admit. They are on page 3 and they're labeled 1 to 9. Those are exhibits we need to hear your case today. Things like the PowerPoint and other things like that, our committee hearing. Do you have any objection to us admitting those for the hearing today?
No objections.
Thank you. And
The only one that I had was that the scale was 1 to 70. So Najma and I had talked and we had changed that scale from 1 foot equals or 1 inch equals 10 feet. So that should be the new exhibit that's entered.
That would be a part of the applicant submittal, and Megan, you can submit a digital copy of that to me and I'll add it to the disposition.
do we need to make that an exhibit, Najma, exhibit 10? As in,
Sarah can confirm it's a change of the applicant submittal for their site plan. So would that be an additional exhibit? Okay.
Yep. So that exhibit 10 will be admitted. Thank you. Najma, present the case to the board. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Chairman. Before us, we have docket item number 16, case number CD BZA 2022-86, located at 101 East Winthrop Road in our 6 zone district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the lot and building standards. The subject site is located in the Country Club Waddell area of the city. This is an overview of the subject site and aerial view. And this is a view from the rear of the site where they're proposing their new addition. This is also a view of the rear of the site of what the home will look like after the new addition. And this is their site plan. As you can see here, the home itself is an older home and it's built within the setbacks already, thus granting a variance to their side yard setback in whole, allowing them to build by right within the setback will cancel the need for the variance for the addition and simply bring the existing home into compliance. It's a closer view since it's such a small space. Again, the variance is to the side yard setback requirement. The applicant is requesting a variance of 4.37 feet from the requirement of 5.5 feet. No, this will not produce a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood as the home is already built into the setback and the new addition will not encroach further than what the home already does. A change in design may obviate the need for the variance in the rear, but also require them to tear down their home, and we don't want that. So the variance again is to the minimum required side yard setback of 5.5 feet with the proposed side yard setback of what is existing 1.13 feet. The variance is in the amount of 4.37 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Najma. Before we hear from the applicants, do we have anyone in the audience today that's either for or against this proposal?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. Dawn, do you want to be the speaker today or do you want Megan to speak?
Either one is fine. I think if it has to do with the reasons for the home, then I can speak to that as a homeowner. If it has to do with the plans, then I think I'm more comfortable with Megan responding.
All right. So Megan, why don't you tell us why we should grant this variance to you today?
So first we have the existing home. It is closer than, or a little bit more than 1 foot from the property line. So if the house was to burn down, then they would not be able to build to the exact same square footage that the house is today. And then on top of it, sorry, it's my phone. The hardships for the existing room upstairs, if you look at the back of the home, it has 3 windows looking to the backyard. And with that, we have, if we were to redesign and push we're trying to build the kitchen out. The house is a smaller home. So, back in the day, they had smaller kitchens. So we're trying to expand the kitchen, and to redesign that would really have the new gable going into those existing windows, which would kind of not go with the characteristics of the home. And they would have to redesign the whole bedroom upstairs and those windows, because the ridge line would go into those windows if you saw those. And we're trying to keep with the characteristics of the home. So you can kind of see the new design of the kitchen has 3 windows like the kitchen or the upstairs windows. So kind of mimicking those and kind of keeping with the architectural details from that era that was the home was built. So those are kind of the items that we have that we would like for it to be approved.
Right. Thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
I know when you do an expansion, I've done one on my home too, and I live in the Brookside area, so I know sometimes these are built and you just need some more room sometimes for a larger kitchen, so I get that. Committee members, any questions for the applicant? Okay. Hearing none, seems pretty straightforward. Motions?
Mr. Chairman, in case number 86, I recommend that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report, including Exhibit 10.
Thank you. A second to that? Anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chairman votes with the motion. Your approval project is granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
I'm sensitive to the needs of everybody. I'd like to press on at least a few more cases, and then if we need to, we can take a break or we can try to push through. And city staff, I'm not trying to kill you guys either, so you let me know if I'm killing them. So in docket number 17, case number 87, with an address of 8636 Trail Ridge Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Okay, we have a Sean Steerter?
Shan
Stan?
Streeter? Yep. Anybody else?
They may be on together. It's Shan Streeter and Candace Streeter.
Okay,
Shan has been promoted.
thank you. Will both of you guys turn on your cameras? Shan and the other Streeter. There you go, Shan, you're on, or you will be. There's Shan. And just one of you guys, is that it? Looks like. Okay,
My wife might join later. She is actively talking on the phone.
okay, well, let's see how it goes without her for the time being. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And could you speak your name to the court reporter?
Dan Streeter.
Thank you. And before we hear anything, do we have anyone in the audience that's either for or against this item today? Please raise your hand.
No one has raised their hand.
Thank you. Najma, please take us through this case. Thank you. Oh, wait, I got to admit the exhibit. Sorry, I forgot. Mr. Streeter, there are exhibits associated with your case. They are listed on page 3 and they number 1 to 9. Those are used for us to hear your case, things like the PowerPoint and other presentations. Do you have any objections to us admitting those 9 exhibits?
I do not object.
Thank you. Those are all admitted. Najma, thank you very much.
You're welcome. My last case for you today. Before us, we have docket item number 17, case CD BZA 2022, number 87, located on 8636 Trail Ridge Road in R80. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the lot and building standards and the encroachment standards. The subject site is located in the Little Blue Valley area of the city. I have a little thumb. This is the aerial view of the subject site, with the home being up here. This is a site plan of the subject site. The request is to the lot and building standards again for that side yard setback and the encroachment standards, which dictate that a deck is not allowed to encroach in the side yard of a home. The variance to the side yard setback is for 2 feet from the requirement. No substantial change will not be produced as this is already an existing home. They're simply replacing what was already there. And while a change in design may obviate the need for the variance, again, their home already sits in the side yard. So for the side yard setback in and of itself, it is a requirement for any further additions or work on the home. For the encroachment standards, however, the applicant is requesting a full variance to the standard. Again, will not create a substantial change as it was already there. However, a change in design may obviate the need for a variance. This is the overview outline of what the deck will look like, with this portion of the deck being in the side yard. The minimum side yard setback for this area is 8 feet. The proposed side yard setback is 2 feet. And they're requesting a variance in the amount of 6 feet. Oops. Lastly, the encroachment variance to allow for the deck to exist in the side yard setback. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Streeter, why should we grant your variance today?
When we purchased the house, we saw that there was, we knew that there was a deck missing, and we just thought that we'd go ahead and just replace the existing deck. There is 1/4 of the deck is actually still there. They didn't remove that, and it is on the side of the encroachment. So it is, we're replacing the deck that is existing, or that was existing, but we are not actually adding anything to the deck in its previous condition. The side yard that is up against is unused and is heavily wooded. And on the other side of that is a tower driveway that is rented out to a tower company that hangs antennas on the tower. So his yard is beyond that. The owner is John Rogers, and he did submit a letter to us, and I think you have that. That gives us permission to build the deck close to his property line. And see what else. Oh, and we're trying to replace this deck as soon as possible because we have a sliding glass door that is on the second story that usually goes out to a deck that isn't there. The previous owner tore it down, that portion of the deck, so that concrete could be laid on the back portion, like a patio / driveway to the back. So we're just trying to replace the deck that was already there in existence. And we had no idea that there would be any problem replacing a deck that was already there. That would have greatly influenced our position and influenced us on whether to buy that house or not. And that is, I think, the gist of my reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Streeter. And again, to clarify, this new deck is going to be the exact same footprint as the old deck, correct? Right.
Correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Streeter or staff? Seems pretty straightforward. Any motions on this one, gentlemen and lady?
Mr. Chairman, in case number 87, I move that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
Thank you. Do you have a second for that one?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes with the motion. The proposal passes. Good luck with your project, Mr. Streeter. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, board.
Okay. Continuing on, docket number 18, case number 88, with an address of 1917 East Missouri Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a John. Oh, where'd John go?
Oopsie.
John Knott.
I believe we should be looking for Scott Halleck.
Yep, you're right. I was looking at the wrong case.
No problem.
Scott has been connected.
Scott?
Yes.
If you could raise your right hand to take the oath. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes,
Sorry.
I do.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Could you state your name for the court reporter?
Scott Halleck.
Thank you. Scott, on page 3 of your packet, there's a list of 9 administrative exhibits that we use to hear your case, things like the PowerPoint and other things like that. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits?
No.
Thank you. Those exhibits are admitted. One second here. Is anyone in the audience that's either for or against this case? Please raise your hand. Probably nobody.
Seeing none.
Thank you. Jared, will you please help us out and tell us about this case? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before us, we have docket number 18, case number BZA 2022-88, located at 1917 East Missouri Avenue, zoning district R6. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to the rear yard setback requirements. This is the location of the subject site. It's within the Truman Plaza area plan. More specifically, the site is on East Missouri Avenue between Maple Boulevard and Garfield Avenue. This is a site plan for the property. This is an existing garage that's being connected to the principal structure. The board is familiar with these, I believe. This happens from time to time where when you connect the principal structure to an accessory structure, the accessory structure no longer benefits from the accessory structure standards and therefore must seek a variance for setbacks or any of those other standards. So that is the case here with the rear setback. You can see that it's 24 feet and 9 inches from the rear property line. These are the case factors. It is a variance of 3 feet, 1.5 inches. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty in this case could only be obviated by not pursuing the connection to the accessory structure or by removing portions of the accessory structure in order to not encroach. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Mr. Scott, why should we approve your proposal today?
We are a family of growing kids, and while kids have been sharing a room at our current house, we're looking to move back into this house and give each kid their own room. Just given the gender and sexual orientations of our kids, and we're a mixed family of biological and adopted kids. It's just very important for our kids to have kind of the emotional support space to have their own rooms whenever possible. And so that's what we're looking to do, is just add that additional bedroom. And really the only space we have on the property is that space between the primary structure and the detached garage right now. We can't go to the side, we can't go forward. It's really just that, small space that we can use. So.
Okay. Seems pretty straightforward. Board members, any questions or comments on this one?
Have you had any feedback from your neighbors about your proposed project?
So actually 3 of the adjacent properties are owned by a nonprofit, Jerusalem Farm, that I'm the chair of the board for. So only positive feedback from them. They're excited to have us back as neighbors. And I've talked, with Jeff and Jamila, who are the other one that actually shares a property line with us, and they've really appreciated that we built the garage 6 years ago, and are kind of envious of it in a good way, so they appreciate it. So they haven't expressed any concerns that way. And then the only other property that shares even a corner with it is uninhabited and just experienced a pretty big fire. So in terms of the neighbors, only support. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing no other comments, I'd entertain a motion. You're on, Tony. I'm looking across the screen, hearing nothing.
Mr. Chair, in case number 88, I move the board grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I've got a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Grunz. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Good luck with your project. It passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Yep. We're going to continue on just for a little bit. Our next case is docket number 19, case number 90, with an address of 6520 Jefferson Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Johnny Knott is being promoted.
Thank you. Johnny Cobb. Do we have anyone else coming up?
No one else has raised their hand.
Nope.
Okay. So Johnny, help me out here. What's your, you're the applicant, sorry. We're good. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And could you identify your name to the court reporter?
Johnny Cott, applicant.
Thank you. Johnny, on page
4,
thank you, of this of your case today, there are exhibits 1 to 9. These happen to do with presenting the PowerPoint and things we need to review your case. Do you have any problem with us admitting those exhibits to your case?
No.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And Jared, I think you're on for this one. Thank you so much for assisting us.
Sure thing. So before us, we have docket number 19, case number BZA 2022-90, located at 6520 Jefferson Street, zoning district R-6. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the height requirements for an accessory structure, as well as the accessory structure siding requirements. And the principal structure has an existing side setback encroachment that we're going to get handled while we're here. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the Country Club Waldo area plan. More specifically, it's on Jefferson Street between West 65th Street and West 65th Terrace. This is an image of the accessory structure they are proposing. Its height is somewhat larger than what is allowed by code. And it is somewhat closer to the principal structure than what is allowed. This is a site plan showing those distances. You can see the distance between the accessory structure. Oh, you know what? Excuse me. I think I made an error actually. Mr. Cott, is this a structure or is this a brick patio?
That's a brick patio.
Okay, so we can take off number B from this, or letter B. But so C will remain because this is still within the encroachment, but the siding one I made a mistake there, so that's my mistake. This is the case factors for variance A to the height. It is a 5-inch height variation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could only be obviated by a change in design to the accessory structure. I'll go past variance B and go to C, to the existing side setback. That is a variance of 3 feet and 4.5 inches. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated there either. The difficulty could not be obviated without changing the layout of the home. So with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Before we hear from Mr. Codd, anyone in the audience who's against this proposal?
No one has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. Johnny, why should we grant your approval today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My customer is facing a hardship maintaining the angle of the gable with the zoning code to match the architectural context of the neighborhood. And I have a couple pictures to show you what I mean by that. The customer is looking to have a second garage. There's an existing garage there. And the meeting those codes will not allow the customer to meet the neighborhood context as well as the original design of the home.
Johnny, do you want to share your screen with us? You're not, we don't.
Just about to.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. It will not allow me to share, but I did share it with Garrett. Just
Give
in
me one
case.
second, Mr. Cott, and I will get that loaded up.
Thank you. I had an issue like this yesterday.
But while we're at it, I'll also just add that that variance C will be for 2.4 feet. I recalculated based on the knowledge that the brick patio is not part of the home. Give me 1 second to share my screen here. Okay, so can you all see the blue?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you. On slide 2, this is a picture of the home. As you can see, there's gables, 2 at the front, 1 down in the middle in the front foyer. Slide 3, that's the existing garage on the back. That's there, and it's a 1-car garage, which has a similar gable that matches the house architecture, as you can see right there. So both of that garage is just getting expanded to the right to have 2 garages. On slide, we can go straight to 6. Yep. This is the house right next door. As you can see, they have very similar architectures that are slanted with high peak gables. 7. Can you go to 7 first? So what I'm about to show you are garages on the same block between 65th Street and 66th Terrace that have garages that match the original architecture, context, and design of that individual home all the way across. Here's a 8, please. Thank you. Here are where those are in relation to 6520 Jefferson Street. So these are the houses that we're about to see. If you can go to 9, please. As you can see, this one is a 2-car garage, but it is the roof line, pitch, and design is made to match this style of home. It only has the 1 gable in the front, but it has the flat roof that goes sideways, or north to south instead of east to west. the next one. Here's another similar one, but this is a 1.5 car garage. And it matches the same layout of the house. Can you go to the next one? This one has a 4-sided roof. And as you can see in the back there on the back left, the roof is 4-sided as well to match that. These are all in the same block. All of the garages go to match the house architecture. If you go down to that one, Jared, thank you, 14. Here's what Jared presented to you. What was built here was gables that matched with I call it a doggy dormer, or a little dog house on the side, to make sure that it all matched with the front of the house, and kept the architectural and community and neighborhood look. And it's really important for my customer to make sure that they do this, because he grew up in this, him and his wife, but him specifically grew up in this neighborhood. They love the feel. I think someone mentioned that they lived in Waldo Brookside earlier. And you know that that different groups or styles of home make it what it is. So we just need a 5-inch variance on the height to make sure that they don't take on an additional hardship to do this and not being able to match that pitch.
Okay. Thank you. And by the way, we will admit that exhibit number 10 with that PowerPoint. Thank you, Jared. Board members, some questions for him?
I just had one. I see there's a second floor and it does indicate storage, so that it's just planned to be used as storage space, not a living space.
Correct. So the one thing I will add is we have completed the code review process with the city. And the only item that is left before permitting is complete is being presented to this board right now. Everything is done, and that is specifically meant for storage, not living.
Thank you.
Any concerns from neighbors, sir?
Nope. The owner went around, talked to some neighbors. He's been texting back and forth with them. There's an existing garage there. They're just trying to make the property better. It was a little rundown when they bought it, and they put a lot of TLC and love into it.
If there's no other comments, remember, board members, variance C should be modified to 2.4 feet, and variance B is deleted. So.
Mr. Chairman, in case number 90, I move that the applicant's request be granted. I move that the applicant's requested variances, variance A be granted, and variance C in the amount of 2.4 feet be granted.
Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Siller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chairman votes with the motion. Your case is approved, and good luck to you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to Mr. Wade, by the way, thanks. All right. If the members are still with me, we've got 1, 2, 3 more cases. I'd rather do those than do lunch. So you guys good?
Yeah, can I just have like 2 minutes though?
No.
I think the appeal might take a minute, so I just want to get a drink of water. Okay.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
I guess I'll do the same.
You are?
Same. Yep.
Okay.
Wonderful day.
2 minutes. No more. No mas.
No mas.
Tom, if they all come back with a bag of chips, I'm going to be mad.
Great job, Mark.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, Tommy.
Sorry.
You back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see here. Who we missing? Yeah, I think we're good. We good, Anna? Nope. Yeah, there she is. Hi there. Before we call our next, wait, we got Sarah. Do we need anybody else? Sarah, you there? Yeah, thank you. That's fine. Before we call the next case, I'd like to take a moment to be on the record as vice chairman of this committee. It's been my honor and pleasure to serve with two members who are retiring at the end of the month, one of which is not here, Mike Kelleher. I've known Mike for years and years, or not years and years, but ever since I came on this committee, he's been a guiding light to me, along with Chairman Otto when she was here, and really helped me to learn the ropes of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. I will miss him dearly. I'll miss his stories of hunting and fishing, but I do wish him well in his new home outside of the limits of Kansas City. And for Mr. Benuki, Tony came on the board, I think, Tony, maybe 6 years ago. How long has it been?
Might be a little longer.
Okay, I can't remember. But when you came on the board, you were freshly married with no children in a house off Ward Parkway, and now you're in a bigger home up north with multiple children. So again, it's been my real pleasure to serve with you over these years, and your legal advice is very sage and very welcome to this board and has been. But we again wish you well as you progress on in your life with your family and your children. So thank you very much for all you do. All right. Yeah, thank you. And so let's call docket number 21, case number BZA case number 20 with an address of 118 East 46th Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
Audrey
Okay,
and Aaron are being connected.
great. See that.
Aaron and Audrey have both been connected.
Audrey and Aaron, would you please turn on your cameras and your microphones, please, so I can administer the oath?
We are waiting on our attorney should be joining as well.
Okay. And his name? Are you
John Rowe.
Okay.
Okay, I will promote John Rowe as well.
I don't see
John
him.
needs to accept the promotion. Okay,
There he is.
and they have been connected.
Great. So John, turn on your camera if you don't mind, and microphone. Once he's there, there he goes. Hello, Mr. Rowe. So I'm going to administer the oath.
Looks like they went out of sequence. They're calling the first one now.
I'm going to administer the oath to the three of you guys. Will you each raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And each one of you, please identify your name to the court reporter. Go ahead, John.
My name is John Rowe, and I have been sworn. I affirm and swear.
Thank you. Audrey?
My name is Audrey Navarro, and I swear.
Yeah, thank you. Aaron Clemens?
My name is Aaron Clemens, and I swear.
Thank you. All right. In your case, I think I'm going to do this right. Yeah. In your case today, we have a listing of exhibits from 1 to 11. They happen to do with the case, so the board can legally hear your presentations today. Do you have a problem if we admit those 11 exhibits?
Mr. Chairman, I've not had this before, but I do have an objection to number 10, and here's the basis of the objection. Usually you can see these exhibits that are connected with your case when you go to Compass KC.
Right.
And when you go to Compass KC on this particular case, you can't see exhibit 10. It's not listed as one of the attachments to the case. So for that reason, I object to it being admitted into this case. And I would add to that, we've asked that this document or this file be provided to us a couple of times, and to my knowledge, we haven't received that.
So exhibit number 10 will not be admitted at this time, but we may admit it as it, well, there's Miss Baxter. She can help us out here. Miss Baxter, what do you think?
Well, I mean, it's certainly your call, Mr. Chair. I would only mention that, okay, sorry, I'm trying to get back to the exhibit list.
It's number 10.
Exhibit is the case file, so I think it's going to be tough to hear the case without the case file. If Mr. Rowe is suggesting he needs time to review it, then perhaps a continuance would make more sense. That's my suggestion.
It is attached to the BZA case, and Duddy can confirm if the ZDC 2022-0047 is in fact live on Compass KC or not. I'm checking right now as well.
Wait for that to happen. Where'd you go? Where did you go? Did you find it, Anna?
The items are uploaded, but there's a couple of buttons that need to be hit on Compass KC that do like public internal for contacts, and it does appear that those files are listed as internal.
Okay. Well, Mr. Rowe, will you need some time to review those files? I'm guessing you will.
Well, I think, having talked to our clients, we prefer to move forward today. I guess what you're doing, or what you're saying, is those files are being uploaded now to this case?
Anya?
Yeah, they've been uploaded. I will change the status. It was just like a technical error where they were not placed on the public facing sign. But when I look at it, I could see the exhibits, for example.
The internal refers to only city can see it, city employees can see it, and therefore the public doesn't have access to it when it's classified as internal. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
But if I were to have just like looked at the case, I would have seen all of the files uploaded and assumed that they were all public. So that is a technical error on our side.
Can someone from staff describe kind of generally what's in this, what records are in this file for Mr. Rowe and for the rest of the board, please?
Before we do that, Tony, let's have Anya present the case, because Mr. Rowe wants to proceed forward.
Oh, okay. He's already made that decision then, my point.
Yeah, he's wants to proceed forward, at least for the time being. So let's, Anya can present her case and then we'll continue on.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question?
Sure.
I believe at this point, the exhibit has not been admitted. Am I correct on that?
I'm going to admit all 11 exhibits, Ms. Baxter, with the notation that Mr. Rowe has an objection to exhibit number 10.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Anna?
You're muted, Anna.
Thank you. Docket item number 21 focuses on 118 East 46th Street. The property is zoned R1.5, and the applicant is appealing determinations related to several zoning violations attached to the site. The subject site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, near the Nelson Atkins and Kansas City Art Institute, more specifically. This is a close-up of the subject site. It is highlighted in yellow. The Nelson Atkins Museum is over off the screen to the east, and the Country Club Plaza is actually also located off to the west off the screen. The subject site was formerly a bed and breakfast. It is this white, large building that you can see from Google Street View. And the zoning compliance investigator determined that this property previously approved as being a bed and breakfast has now been converted into a hotel use. So now I'm going to go into some of the pieces that the investigator has found. Example number one, this is a screenshot of a web page associated with this particular lodging service. You can see that they say that they are a self-service hotel, as well as other language on the website saying that they have that they will be running as a self-service hotel, no longer a bed and breakfast, as of January 1st of this year. As well as events being held on site, and events are not supposed to be associated with a bed and breakfast. So this is a screenshot from the events fees page associated with this particular lodging service, as well as several screenshots from the Instagram page associated with this hotel, posting events for people, 40 guests or more, etc. So then there's also the issues with the CONU being revoked. As I previously mentioned, the site was previously approved as a bed and breakfast. They received a CLNU, a certificate of legal non-conforming use, so they could have more bedrooms associated with this particular site. The carriage house was converted into a lodging space. There's also no manager on site, and the response letter associated with this revocation is attached to the staff report. But they claimed that that there's evidence on the website showing that it being properly used at a bed and breakfast. But as I previously displayed, the website did show that it was a self-service hotel. For some context about what the code says about the difference between a bed and breakfast, a hotel, and a short-term rental. So bed and breakfasts, they are permitted in the R1.5 zoning district. And B1, B2, and B3 with a special use permit. But no special use permit has been received for this particular site. A hotel is prohibited in R1.5. It does require a special use permit if adjacent to and within 150 feet Park Boulevard or Parkway, but which does not apply to this case because they are not near a park, boulevard, or parkway. And for short-term rentals, that's not applicable in this case, but I thought I'd bring it up just in case people thought that that could be a route that could be pursued. That is permitted in R1.5. There is an administrative approval associated with that particular use, or a special use permit if the correct documents cannot be obtained. And for the B1, B2, and B3, a special or short-term rental, like for an Airbnb, just requires permitting. So what is the difference between all of these uses and all of these different zoning categories? Well, for example, a bed and breakfast needs to be in a detached house, and there has to be an owner or an affiliate there on site overnight to provide accommodations and services for those guests. And a bed and breakfast also cannot offer like space for recreation use, receptions, parties, meetings, etc. A hotel is anything that's not in a detached home that provides lodging for guests, and it could be with or without meals. Events can occur at a hotel. And the short-term rental of a property that is associated with Airbnb, Vrbo, that is for very short periods of time, less than 30 days. There's also some guest limits associated with short-term rentals as well. So in conclusion, some key points about this appeal: that they are operating outside of their CLNU. The website clearly displays that there has been a change in use. Hotel is not permitted in this zoning district. There are letters of opposition attached to this case, attached to the staff report. One letter of support did come in after the deadline and will be attached to Compass KC after this meeting. And that the review criteria associated with appeals is that the appeal may be sustained if the BZA finds that the city staff, the administrative official, have erred in making the decision about the zoning violations associated with the case. That concludes my staff report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe, or one of your associates, why should we entertain this request to overturn?
The simple answer to that question, Mr. Chairman, is because the building is being used as a bed and breakfast, and it isn't being used as a hotel, motel, boarding house. I think they also said banquet hall or indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. And as a result, the administrative official erred in so determining. So that's the short answer to the question as to why the appeal should be sustained. With that, let me just say that the owner of the subject property, which is at 116, 118 East 46th Street, is Southmoreland Partners LLC. And I have with me today the applicant, Aaron Clemens, and his sister, Audrey Navarro. Both Mr. Clemens and Miss Navarro are members of Southmoreland Partners LLC, and both are familiar with the bed and breakfast operation at that subject property. And they both have been sworn, and I will ask them to testify during this case. Let me start by saying that the house, and you saw a picture of it, the house at the subject property is a detached house. The principal building is on a single lot with private yards on all sides. It is a dwelling unit that is located on its own lot and that it is not attached to any other dwelling unit. So by definition, it is a detached house. This detached house has historically been used as a bed and breakfast. In fact, on February 15th, 2017, a certificate of legal nonconformance, number 4164, was issued, quote, to permit the continued use of a bed and breakfast with more than 8 sleeping rooms and with a sign that is greater than 80 square inches in a district zoned R-1.5. And that CLNU number 4164 is attached to your staff report. And from and after that date, that February 15th, 2017 date, right up to the present day, that property has been operated as a bed and breakfast with more than 8 sleeping rooms and with a sign that's greater than 80 square inches in a district zoned R-1.5. So there are 4 items at issue in this case, and I want to take just a couple of minutes so that we're all clear what it is that we're appealing. We got a letter from the administrative official dated February 1st, alleging that, quote, we did own, lease, or maintain premises in which the buildings on this lot are being used as a hotel, motel, and/or a boarding house in a district zoned R-1.5. This use is first permitted outright in a district zone B3, close quote. The administrative official erred in this determination. The building on this lot is not being used, keyword, used as a hotel, motel, or boarding house. The detached house on this lot is being used as a bed and breakfast, period. 2, we got a letter also dated February 1st, where the administrative official alleged that the owner or applicant, quote, did own, lease, or maintain premises in which the buildings on this lot are being used as a hotel, motel, and/or boarding house, contrary to the certificate of occupancy that has been issued for a bed and breakfast. No change in the existing use of a building shall be made until the owner has applied for and the Director of City Planning and Development has issued a new certificate of occupancy. The administrative official erred in this determination. The building on this lot is not being used as a hotel, motel, and/or a boarding house, and the detached house on this lot is being used as a bed and breakfast, period. And we're gonna get to that. Therefore, there has been no change in the certificate of occupancy and no reason to have to apply for a new certificate of occupancy. 3, as a result of these 2 erroneous allegations, the administrative official also on February 1st sent a letter to the owner applicant alleging that the certificate of legal nonconformance, number 4164, had been abandoned or discontinued. And subsequently, the administrative official sent a letter dated March 23rd to the owner applicant revoking the CLNU number 4164. The owner applicant is appealing the decision to revoke that CLNU. CLNU 4164 was not abandoned or discontinued, and we're going to look at the ordinance requirements for discontinuance, and the facts will show that it was not discontinued. So the administrative official erred in revoking CLNU 4164 because it was not abandoned or discontinued as the criteria in the ordinance show. And then the fourth thing is we also got a letter on February 9th. This was another notice that was sent alleging that the premises were being used as a banquet hall or an indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. So again, I think the city is searching for something. We're being accused of being a hotel or a motel or a boarding house, and now we're being accused of being a banquet hall or an indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. Bottom line is we're bed and breakfast, and the administrative official erred in this determination. The premises aren't being used as a banquet hall. Premises aren't being used as an indoor-outdoor entertainment facility. This isn't a theater. It isn't a cinema. It isn't a stadium. It isn't a racetrack. It's not a banquet hall. It's a bed and breakfast, period. Now, I guess one thing that might short circuit everything is, as shown in the staff report, a hotel, which is what the administrative official says we're using the building as. Staff report and your ordinance clearly define hotel as an establishment, here are the key words, other than a detached house in which short-term lodging is offered. So we clearly can't be a hotel because a hotel is something other than a detached house, and the subject property is a detached house. So right there, the administrative official erred. The key to this case is looking at how this building on the property was and is used, not what some hearsay social media posting might have said. It's how it's used. The administrative official alleges the building is being used, that's the word in the notice, used as a hotel, motel, boarding house, banquet hall, or indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. In order to be considered a bed and breakfast, you operate within the confines of the bed and breakfast standards in the zoning ordinance. And section 88-320 of the zoning code deals with bed and breakfast. And 88-320-02 are the standards and conditions for a bed and breakfast. And so what I'd like to do is just take a few minutes to briefly look at those standards and conditions, because looking at those standards and conditions will show that this building was, is, and continues to be used as a bed and breakfast, notwithstanding what some words on a page, on a social media site say. It's the use, not what the words on a piece of paper say. It's the use. So 88-320-02-A says the establishment must be operated by the owner or manager of the dwelling unit who must live on the property. This establishment has an on-site manager who lives on the property. Attached to your staff report is the affidavit of Emily Butterfield. She is the manager of this bed and breakfast, and she lives on site in the manager's apartment located on site. She notes in her affidavit that the on-site manager before her was Megan Benware, and Miss Butterfield succeeded to Miss Benware as the on-site manager. Here's the point. We had an on-site manager living at the property, and we have one currently. The ordinance says one of the things you got to have is an owner or manager who lives on the property. That box is checked. B, 88-320-02B says at least one off-street parking spaces must be provided per 2 guest rooms. We provide sufficient off-street parking. There's not been any change in that off-street parking, and no allegation by the administrative official that the off-street parking was changed. So we check that box. 3, 88-320-02C. The building in which the bed and breakfast is located must have a minimum floor area of 3,000 square feet. We meet that, and that box is checked too. There's not been a change in the minimum there. 88-320-02D, the bed and breakfast may not contain more than 8 guest rooms. We have a CLNU that specifically says that we were permitted for more than 8 guest rooms. So we're okay there. E, 88-320-02E, food service may be provided for resident guests only. We've cut back on gourmet breakfast, but we still have some dry cereals and juices and things like that. You don't have to provide food, but we do provide some food service for resident guests only. F, 88-320-02F. Bed and breakfast establishments may not be leased or offered for use as reception space, party space, meeting space, or for other similar events. And here's kind of the words that the staff left off, open to non-resident guests. You can't have those kinds of events open to non-resident guests. We have not at Southmoreland had those types of events open to non-resident guests. So we check that box. G, 88-320-02G, one non-illuminated wall sign not exceeding 80 square inches in area may be displayed. No window or other display sign may be used to advertise such use. We have a sign that exceeds 80 square inches, but our CLNU specifically allows us to have that. So there was no change in the sign before or after these February letters from the administrative official. So there's the criteria of what constitutes a bed and breakfast. That's how we've been operating before the February letters from the administrative official. It's how we've been operating after the February letters from the administrative official. And there's been no allegation that any of those things have changed. The use of those things have changed. So how did we get here? Apparently, the administrative official's whole allegation rises or falls on the basis of what is essentially a hearsay social media document. You know, these folks are in competition with other beds and breakfasts who, for marketing purposes, hold themselves out to be a boutique hotel or things like that. But there's a difference between what you say on the piece of paper and how you operate the actual facility. And the actual facility is operated as a bed and breakfast, as it always was. So I'm not sure why everybody's getting so excited that somebody used the word hotel in some marketing materials. The bottom line here is, in this case, Southmoreland wanted to let their regular guests, and this is a really nice facility. It's well maintained. People like it, and people keep coming back to it. And so they wanted to let their regular guests know that they would no longer be seeing certain services like gourmet breakfasts, like turn down service, like bellhop service. That's what they were trying to indicate with that social media wording. But the operation still meets the standards and criteria of a bed and breakfast. That's the key. And so those words written by a non-lawyer posted on a social media site is the whole basis for the administrative official saying somehow this property is now a hotel, motel, boarding house, banquet hall, or indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. And it's just not. Let me take a few minutes and address kind of the real big issue here is on the basis of that social media wording, inartfully worded document. Not only did those violation notices get sent, and they were in error, but the administrative official then took the next step of revoking the CLNU for this property and alleged that the CLNU, or that the legal non-conforming use, had been discontinued. So let's look at what the Zoning and Development Code says on discontinuance of nonconformities, because there are objective criteria there for us to look at that, when you apply them to the facts of this case, clearly show there has been no discontinuance of this legal nonconforming use. So what we're going to be looking at is 88-610. That section of the code is titled Nonconformities. 88-610-04-D, D as in dog, is titled Loss of Nonconforming Status. And the introductory paragraph says, just read 2 sentences out of it. When a non-conforming use of open land ceases for a period of 90 days or more, it will be considered discontinued. We're obviously not talking about open land. So it goes on to say, other non-conforming uses will be considered discontinued when any of the following occur. So let's look at them. A, the intent of the owner to discontinue all uses in the structure is apparent. You have no evidence of that from the administrative official. To the contrary, the owner did not discontinue all uses in this structure, this detached house. The owner continued the bed and breakfast use in this building, and the owner has no intent of discontinuing the bed and breakfast use in this building. So that one can't be used to discontinue or revoke the CLNU. B, the building or structure ceases to be used in a non-conforming manner for a period of 12 consecutive months. Well, we don't have that. We've been operating as a bed and breakfast, continue to operate as a bed and breakfast. So there's been no 12-month period where that has ceased. So that's not a reason to revoke the CLNU. C says no use has been maintained in the structure for a period of 12 months or more. That one can't be used to revoke the CLNU. The bed and breakfast use has been maintained in the building. So this one doesn't apply. D is simple. A demolition permit has been applied for. No demo permit was applied for. No application for a demo permit has been put into the record. E, all equipment and furnishings have been removed from the premises and have not been replaced by similar or other equipment and furnishings within 180 days. None of the equipment or furnishings were removed from the building on the premises. So that's not a reason to revoke. F, the use was required to obtain a certificate of legal nonconformance and did not obtain such certificate within the time frame required. Well, that doesn't apply. A CLNU was obtained and a copy of it is attached to your staff report. G, the property has been used for illegal activities or the use has failed to comply with city ordinances or with state or federal law. The property has not been used for illegal activities. The affidavit of Emily Butterfield, the on-site manager who lives in the premises, states, quote, during the time that I have been the on-site manager living at the bed and breakfast, there have been no events for non-resident guests. Also, I never witnessed any illegal activities at the subject property. And I'm going to ask Mr. Clemens and Ms. Navarro to confirm that too when it's their turn to testify. And then the last one is the vacancy of a portion of the units in a multi-unit building will not be deemed a discontinuance of the non-conformance use of the building. That's just not applicable. So here's the bottom line. Our CLNU got revoked even though none of the criteria for discontinuing a CLNU applies. So therefore, the administrative official respectfully erred in that determination. I would submit to the board and the members that all of this comes out of somebody looking at a website. And really what we need to be examining is the actual use of the property. And the use fits with the standards for a bed and breakfast. The CLNU got revoked, but those criteria, none of the criteria to revoke were applicable. I would note on the staff report, staff mentioned having received a letter in support that was too late to attach. I'm going to have Ms. Navarro talk about that a little more in detail, but I think it's important to note that the letter the staff is referring to is from the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association. Your staff report clearly says that this property is within the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association. Point to be made is that the neighborhood association where we're located sent a letter of support. So Southmoreland Partners is respectfully requesting that you find that the administrative official erred in revoking the CLNU for the property. And Southmoreland is respectfully asking that you find that the administrative official erred in saying that we are using the building as a hotel, motel, boarding house, or banquet hall, or indoor-outdoor entertainment venue, and that the administrative official erred in saying that we changed our occupancy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to get some testimony from the ownership group. I'm going to ask Ms. Navarro to speak first, and then Mr. Clemens to follow her.
Perfect. Ms. Navarro, turn on your microphone and away you go.
Yes, great. Thank you. For the record, my name is Audrey Navarro. My address is 4343 Oak Street. I am a member of Southmoreland Partners LLC, and I have been sworn. I am familiar with the bed and breakfast use at the property. And the property we're talking about is 116 to 118 East 46th Street. The house is a detached house. It sits on one lot and it's not attached to any other dwelling or unit. The house has been historically used as a bed and breakfast. It's over 100 years old. When we bought it, we continued to use it as a bed and breakfast, and it still continues to be used as a bed and breakfast. We have not changed the use in the building. I think as Mr. Rowe mentioned, we wanted to communicate to our long-term guests, especially guests who have been coming back to the property for sometimes dozens of years, that we have changed our operating style in the property to discontinue some of the hands-on services like the bellhop, the concierge, the 3-course breakfast. Especially with COVID, these were essential changes for us to stay in business. And we wanted to make it clear that there wasn't going to be someone who could provide concierge level services at 24 hours a day to each one of our guests. We do still have 5 full-time staff members, by the way, that attend to this property and our sister property, Oak Street Mansion, including the live-in resident manager. And those staff's jobs will be in jeopardy if we don't continue our CLNU. We will not be able to afford staff, and kind of shockingly, the consequence of losing the CLNU is exactly what the neighborhood and the city doesn't want to happen here, which would be an unstaffed venue. It will still have a live-in manager or owner, but there will be no staff to take care of the guests. So it's really critical that we maintain this CLNU. I'd also like to tell you a little bit about the property. Southmoreland Inn has been operating as a bed and breakfast for over 25 years, and we maintain it in a very high quality standard. You can see those on the pictures on the case file. We definitely struggled to keep it open during COVID, like all hospitality establishments. We tried lots of different creative marketing. And I just want to kind of reemphasize that the words that we use to describe this transition were not intended to be legal or zoning related words. They were just intended to communicate to current guests that our services had changed. And if we're not successful here today, the property could become vacant and blighted, which would be a detriment to the neighborhood. And by the way, my brother and I have been working in this neighborhood for over 20 years, restoring historic properties. And that's really important to us. I just want to emphasize that blight is the consequence of losing this status. And I feel like that would just be such a devastating loss to the neighborhood. And as I said, more importantly, we'd lose 5 staff members, and staffing the property is the exact component that the neighborhood wants to see. Based on our recent feedback from neighborhood meetings, we met with the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association twice over the past 2 months after the notices were sent to residents in the neighborhood. They were concerned that the properties weren't staffed, which is exactly the opposite of the current situation. We did receive these letters from the planning department dated February 1st, and we've been struggling to figure out how to solve these. We had A, lots of notices, B, 3 hours worth of meetings with the city on multiple occasions, and we just felt lost and had to hire an attorney to get to the bottom of how to address this. I feel like the letters are alleging, again, a change in use, which has not happened. When I look at your zoning code and where it addresses bed and breakfast, just like Mr. Rose said, I see section 88-320 that says it must be operated by the owner manager of a dwelling who must live on the property. We have a manager that lives on the property, and we always have. The establishment has an on-site manager who submitted the affidavit, which is in your case file. And the person who was before her also lived on site. And I think there's even pictures that the inspector took of that apartment with her belongings in it and met that person at the time. And so again, I kind of feel blindsided by that particular comment. In addition, that 88-320 talks about the use of the events and that events can only be for resident guests. And that's exactly what we do. We in fact have contracts for those guests that say that they cannot have more than 25 people at their event. Hello? Oh, I think somebody's talking in the background.
We got it.
Okay.
We're good.
But specifically, 88-320-02F says that bed and breakfast establishments may not be leased or offered to use as reception space, party space, meeting space, or other similar events open to non-resident guests. And the events that we host there are small weddings and small events specifically for resident guests. And our staff is there to ensure that all of the rules are followed. And so again, I just want to say that the staff is critical to the operation of these spaces and critical to enforcing the rules. And that's really a critical part of our operation. I think that the other thing that is really important to note is that we haven't abandoned anything. I think Mr. Rowe talked a lot about the requirements of abandonment, but we haven't abandoned anything. We've been continuously operating in the space and we haven't been conducting any illegal activities. I feel like that was also kind of a curveball where a lot of our neighbors, when we went to these neighborhood meetings, said, what kind of illegal activities are you guys doing? And we're not, I feel like it made us sound like we were drug dealers or something, but we're not doing anything illegal in these properties. And then I also just wanted to read this letter from the Neighborhood Association because I feel like it was a really great summary and recap of our multiple meetings with the neighbors in the area. This is dated July 7th. And I also want to point out that this was dated after some of those meetings and after some of the letters of opposition were submitted. And I think a lot of those residents were able to attend these meetings after they submitted their letters. In realize that we do have staff, and that was a big underlying part of some of those letters of opposition, by the way. This says, dear Mrs. Nanoski.
Can I pause you for a moment? Mark, would we need to do that as another exhibit then? Or
Yeah, we'll admit that letter as an exhibit, but I think it's part of the packet anyway, it's admitted. If it's going to be a long letter.
It's a short letter. It's a really quick short letter.
We can all read from the packet. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, you guys do have a copy of it?
I don't see the one from the Neighborhood Association. I only see the other notarized letters from mainly the Oak Hall condominiums.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Navarro, please.
Okay. Dear Ms. Nanoski, on behalf of the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association, I am writing this letter in support of the continued operation of 2 historic bed and breakfasts in our neighborhood. The owners of Oak Street Mansion at 4343 Oak Street and Southmoreland Inn at 116 East 46th Street have held 2 in-person meetings with our neighborhood to discuss their ongoing operations. And it is our understanding that they are both providing high-quality staffed facilities with live-in managers. Our support is contingent on managers living on the present premises of each location, no large outdoor gatherings past 10 p.m., management, contact information available to immediate neighbors and vice versa, and minimum twice yearly attendance of neighborhood meetings to check in with neighbors. It is important to our neighborhood to preserve these historic nature of these properties along with small businesses in our community. And it would be a shame if these 2 facilities were unable to maintain their operational status, which could lead to vacancy and blight, and it would be a detriment to our community. Signed, Laura Burkhalter.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Navarro.
Yes, and that concludes my part, and I'll turn it over to Aaron to add anything from his end.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. For the record, my name is Aaron Clemens. My address is 1251 West 61st Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I am a member of Southmoreland Partners LLC. I am familiar with the operations of the bed and breakfast of the property. The house that we are talking about is at 116 through 118 East 46th Street.
Can I pause you for a minute, Mr. Clemens?
Sure.
Are you going to have additional information that's going to enhance the testimony that's already occurred? Or is this going to be just recapping what was previously
I'm going to
stated?
I'm going to be doing some recapping. I can forego that part of it.
I think just in sense of time, I think it would be helpful if there's any recap, if we could get to any kind of new information that would be beneficial to the board.
Okay, I'll just add that in addition to what Audrey said about the operations of the property, I want to point out that we do have a partnership with Kansas City Art Institute, who's a wonderful institution in the neighborhood. They curate all of the artwork that we currently display in the property. We purchased this property with the intention of improving the guest experience, and that came with an investment of over $500,000 in updating the decor and the furniture within the property. And I would like to reiterate, it would be detrimental to the neighborhood if we lose our CLNU. We won't generate enough income to keep the doors open, and we'd most likely end up giving it back to the bank.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens, unless you. I know we have people in the audience who want to speak. I am guessing, Anna, how many do we have who want to speak on this case? Or do we have anybody?
Right now, just one.
All right. Let's promote
Lynn
him or her.
McIntosh.
Mr. Duddy has his hand raised currently.
Oh, and
Evans.
the investigators will also need to make testimony.
Okay, good.
You should probably start off with Jim and Andrea. Lynn, you need to accept the promotion if you wish to provide public testimony.
Okay, there's Lynn. Lynn, turn on your camera and microphone.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and I'm going to swear you in. Do you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Absolutely.
And your name for the court reporter, please?
Lynn McIntosh.
And your address?
3738 Harrison Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri.
Go ahead and tell me what your concerns are.
Sorry, Mark.
Yes.
Excuse me. The city staff, Jim Duddy and Andrea, should probably go first.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, Ms. McIntosh. We'll get right back to you. We need her from the city staff. Mr. Duddy, would you like to go first?
I have just very little amount to say. Ms. Navarro did admit that they changed the wording of what they do to a hotel, and that was published by them. So that is what we based our information off of. And also in meetings previously with Ms. Navarro, the discussion was that she has operated the site as a hotel and that they were in error.
Can I ask a question? And maybe cut through some of this of Mr. Duddy?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Duddy, thank you for that. Can you tell me whether the revocation of the CLNU was based solely on the first two violations that you found?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was. It was based on the fact that they presented it as a hotel, and that there was documentation of it being operated as an event space.
Okay. There's no other illegal activities that you found, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duddy.
Does that conclude your testimony? Yeah, go ahead and who else do we have? I'm sorry. Anna, who? Okay.
Andrea Newton.
I know it's not James Duddy, but yes, please go ahead. Have you been sworn in yet?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the court reporter?
Andrea Newton.
Thank you, Andrea. Go ahead.
I was the investigator that issued the notices of violation. And to Mr. Banuki's question about was that the only reason why the CLNU was revoked? It was not the only two reasons why the CLNU was revoked. It was also revoked because they were not permitted with the health department for at least 2 years, which they need to have a permit for a lodging establishment through the health department, which was part of the illegal activity that was going on there. I'd like to address some of the things that Mr. Rowe talked about. First off, the city or I was not searching for something to pin on them. Everything that I cited them for was what I witnessed as far as social media and when I was on site at the property. As far as social media goes, there were plenty of examples that Anna showed and I provided where they made posts on Instagram, the posts that they had on the site as to how the property was being used. I don't agree with Mr. Rowe's interpretation that there's a difference between how someone states they operate their property and how they actually operate. You state how you operate it so that the people who are coming to you for business know how you operate. Also, the use of the property was corroborated by social media posts and other things as far as me being there. Also with testimony from the health department as well, that we discussed in meetings with Mr. Clemens and Ms. Navarro that they did not have paperwork on file with the health department to show who lived where. And that at one point, Mr. Clemens even had paperwork on file showing that he lived at 116 East 46th Street and at 4343 Oak, and he couldn't live at both. And he just stated to you that he lived somewhere else. When I was on site at the property on February 22nd, I believe, I saw no evidence of any manager living on site. And the apartment that they're referring to is the apartment that the previous owners that owned the bed and breakfast actually lived in. I was the investigator who actually did the CLNU approval. So I know what the property looked like prior to the Clemenses owning it. And it did not look lived in at all. Matter of fact, it didn't appear that anybody lived there. I don't know if Anna provided pictures of that or not. Also, the events that Ms. Navarro and Mr. Rowe talk about that were only for on-site guests, the event paperwork that Anna provided as evidence clearly states on there that you don't have to stay on premise to use the space for the events that they were advertising. And I had Instagram pictures and social media posts corroborating that as well. As far as Mr. Rowe's statements about a CLNU being revoked, and he quoted 88610D, I'm going to pull it up myself and look at it so I can testify on that. Give me just a minute. Okay, so 8861004D states that, and I'm going to point out particularly A and G. A, the intent of the owner to discontinue all uses in the structure is apparent. It was apparent by their statements that Mr. Rowe contends, just because they state they're operating as a self-service hotel, that they're not a self-service hotel. It was evident that they intended to operate as a self-service hotel with no staff on site. There's plenty of documents that I provided, and I think Anna attached to the staff report or in her presentation that state there is no staff on site. Also for G, the property has been used for illegal activities. As far as that's concerned, it would be the events for off-site guests and the fact that they were not in compliance with the bed and breakfast ordinance 88-320, where it states that someone has to live on site, either the manager or the owner. Now going to 88-320, as far as the standards are concerned, Mr. Rowe wants to bring up that they met all of this. Well, I don't know what they are doing as far as today, but when I had the case, they were in violation. And when we met with them, they admitted that they were in violation. They also increased the nonconformity by adding an additional room so that they had 14 rooms with the potential of a 15th room for the apartment downstairs where the previous owners stayed. As far as the definitions that he referenced in Anna's staff report for hotels and building, the definitions, those are definitions of the building type. It has nothing to do with the actual use of the property. The notices that were sent to them state that they were using the property as such. And when you use the property as such and you no longer use it for a use that's allowed per the zoning code and the building code, then you are cited for the use of the property. So Mr. Clemens and Ms. Navarro can state today how they're using the property, but it is contrary to how they were using the property when they were cited. And as far as the notices go, when we send them, if we have reasonable cause to send a notice, then we send it, which I had reasonable calls from things that they posted on their website and social media, and when I got there and witnessed things for myself. So it doesn't have to send a notice. You don't have to rise to the level of probable cause. Probable cause would be at the point where I would be issuing them a summons for court. There was reasonable cause to send the notices, and I don't believe that I erred in sending those notices. And that's my testimony.
Thank you. A quick question. When you were touring the place, the facility, you saw no evidence of a resident manager with an apartment or something like that, because you'd been there before, Andrea.
No, I did not. It was clearly different from when the previous owners owned it, and I could tell where their residence was, where they resided. I could not make that out when I was there to inspect the property.
And just curious, did you happen to ask where the on-site resident lived?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did they show you that unit?
Mr. Clemens tried to show me a unit. I believe it was upstairs. I don't remember because I went to two properties.
Right.
So I don't want to lie and say yay or nay, because the other property is also up before the board today. But I believe he did try to show me a location that he said a manager lived in, but I couldn't tell that anybody lived there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you talk to the manager?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right, let's hear from Ms. McIntosh, and remember to keep your testimony to relevant and new issues versus rehashing the old. Thank you, Ms. McIntosh.
I thank you very much. I am just want to speak in support of allowing this to continue as a bed and breakfast. This is a property that really isn't conducive to a lot of other things. It is, it will be a blight in the neighborhood if it remains empty. It has the lawn is manicured, everything is taken care of. This has operated this way for 25 years. We, as a small business owner,
Fair.
it's.
Hold on a minute. Ms. Baxter?
I just want to make sure she was sworn in.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, she did. I
Okay.
got it earlier. Thank you.
I wanted to, thank you. Okay.
Continue on.
Well, I am a small business owner, and it is increasingly difficult to operate in both post-COVID and everything else, being just being a small business owner. And this, it appears that this will fail without this. And I believe that it will. And I just would hate to see this because of technical issues that I think that you should, for the city and the owners can work out. As we have all these events coming to town. We have the NFL draft. We have World Cup. We need hotel rooms, bed and breakfast rooms, whatever you want to call them. This, I see no benefit to the city in general to revoke this license. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McIntosh. Do we have anyone else out there?
No one else is raising their hand.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rowe, I'll give you about 5 minutes, if you don't mind, to respond. And then I will have questions from any board members. And then
Okay.
we'll continue on. Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you. I guess the one thing that I'd point out about Mr. Duddy's testimony is he admitted that what they based their letters on was the social media post. And so I think the key is the use of the property. I'm not trying to be a comedian or make light of something, but what if they had written that we're going to operate as a concrete mixing plant, and then they continue to operate as a bed and breakfast? Does that mean we get cited for operating as a concrete mixing plant in zoning district R-1.5? You shouldn't. It's the use of the property. In my example, we never operated as a concrete mixing plant. So I think that's an important point, that the admission is made that it was based on social media writing. And speaking of that, I think the comment was made by Miss Newton that she tried to confirm or saw other confirming social media posts. But what about the social media posts by people who said, this is a great bed and breakfast? I love staying at this bed and breakfast. Isn't that, if we're going to look at social media posts, which we shouldn't, but that's just as clear evidence that this is a bed and breakfast as the other ones that might have said something different. My suggestion to the board is disregard these social media posts. They're not generally attributed to anybody in particular. You can write whatever you want on there, whether it's right or wrong. And we're talking about somebody who spent $500,000, their livelihood is at stake, and we're going to take it away from them because some stranger wrote, I like this hotel, in a social media post, signed Fred. Fred who? Not under oath. These are all out of court statements offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And that's what we want to avoid. What we have here are sworn statements. We have a sworn affidavit from a person identifying herself as our on-site manager and that she lives at the property. We have testimony from Ms. Navarro that we've always had an on-site manager living at the property. Now, I don't know what indicia that you're looking for in terms of someone living there, but you have these uncontradicted statements. I think there were some other comments made about Miss Newton was talking about, I think she was trying to undercut my argument about this being a detached house, and then the definition of a hotel is something other than a detached house. She made a very serious admission. She says, those are building types. You're supposed to look at the use. Well, that was my whole presentation at the very beginning. Look at the use of the property. Don't look at what some social media post says. Look at the use of the property. And I guess what we're talking about here, that Miss Newton is saying that, you know, one of the reasons the CLNU was revoked was because of item G, events at the property. But there was no testimony by Miss Newton that she ever witnessed an event at the property for non-resident guests. And to the contrary, we've had testimony today. We don't have those events open to non-resident guests, but the code says you can't have them open to non-resident guests. And so we don't. And so with that, I guess what I'd respectfully submit to the board is, if you look at the law being 88-320-02, standards and conditions, this is the test for whether you're operating as a bed and breakfast. And we meet that test. Then the other thing applicable to this case is the CLNU got revoked. There's a set of criteria in the code under which you can test as to whether the non-conforming use has been discontinued, and none of those tests apply. So the simple fact is if you apply the law to the facts, the end result is, respectfully, and I've dealt with Ms. Newton on other matters before, I respect her. But in this particular instance, based on these particular facts and applying the applicable law, the administrative official erred in the zoning ordinance notices of violation, and the administrative official erred in revoking the CLNU. And so we've appealed all of those notices of violation, zoning ordinance violations, and the revocation of the CLNU, as we are allowed to do, to this respected body. And we're respectfully asking you for to uphold that appeal and find that the administrative official erred in issuing those notices of violation and erred in revoking the CLNU.
Thank you. Ms. Navarro, you with me? What's the situation on this health certificate?
On
Ms.
this,
Ms. Newton said there was no health certificate for the past 2 years for your property. What do you?
Oh, with the health department.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so we have 2 properties. We applied for certificates for both properties. One does have it. We assumed that the other one also was approved because we never heard back from the health department. And it turns out that no, they did not ever process our application. We have since these notices met with the health department twice to try to get everything back into compliance. They have, as far as we know, everything they need, but they have not yet finished their review of the file. I will say that the health department's questions to us in our city meeting were I interpreted were that we really need to make sure we're in compliance with the city before they're going to come back out and do an inspection. And the city says, hey, you need to get in compliance with the health department before we're going to be able to address your issues. So I feel like it's been a little bit of the chicken and the egg, but we have submitted applications to the health department since we were made aware of this issue. They do have everything in their file that they need from us. And we're kind of waiting on this process to end so that we can get them back out to inspect.
All right, thank you. One other comment, Ms. Newton referenced a conference she had with you back in February, at least what I scribbled some notes here. That you admitted you were not in compliance.
No, we did not. We had a meeting sometime in March or April, and no, we did not admit that we were not in compliance. Okay. We asked them for feedback about what they believe we're not in compliance on and how we can resolve these issues. And it took us about 3 hours worth of meetings in 2 different occasions. And we left each meeting more confused than we were to begin with. I will say that there are pictures, by the way, of her tour in February. I believe it was in February or January. In your case file, I have pulled it up since you guys made it public, so we can see it. And there are pictures of the apartment in there and of the live-in manager that she was introduced to in that file. So there, you'll notice in that apartment, the pictures contain lots of stuff on the counter and lots of boxes. That's because at that time, at the time she inspected the property, our live-in manager was in the middle of packing. That was the prior manager that was in the affidavit that you guys have in your package that was referenced. She was married, she got married and moved to Alaska, and she was in the middle of moving, and her assistant manager became the live-in manager and is now the live-in manager. And so again, we have met that requirement, and somebody has been living at Southmoreland since we purchased the property.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Board members, do you have some other questions or comments for either staff or the applicants?
I'd like to ask Mr. Rowe to comment on the legal effect of this health department delay in getting one of those properties certified, I guess you would call it.
Well, I guess from the legal aspect of it is I have not seen a notice of violation from the health department. We've been made aware that, hey, you submitted an application for each facility, the second one being the subject of the next case that you have coming up. We never got a denial on the Southmoreland one. We assumed it had been approved. And so now we're in this, Ms. Navarro calls it chicken and egg. I kind of call it a catch-22. We've got one city department saying, get your zoning matters addressed before we're going to inspect your property. But we can't get seems like we can't get our zoning matters addressed, but for the health department issue. But I guess the direct answer to your question is I'm not aware that we've received a notice of violation like is attached to your staff report for these zoning matters relative to the health department.
So you all didn't know this was an issue until this process started?
That is absolutely the case. I believe that the health department applications that we're talking about were submitted pre-COVID, like in 2019. We never got a denial on either property. I do believe we got an approval on the 43 Oak property. We never got a denial on Southmoreland. Now the social media thing gets posted and somehow the city gets wind of it. Really doesn't matter how, but that's what I think is the genesis of this. And I think it's an important point to note that these notices of violation are not the outgrowth of some neighborhood complaint. This is some social media posting that somehow got back to the city. And all of a sudden, because somebody used the word hotel on a social media site, all of a sudden you're a hotel or you're a motel or you're a boarding house or you're a banquet hall or you're an indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. I mean, coming at us from all sides on this thing.
Yeah,
and
no,
I prefer to keep it simple. Let's look at what we're doing. It's still a bed and breakfast.
I'm sympathetic to that point. I just want to make sure that there isn't some other reason out there that would support the staff's decision. But yes, I'm one board member. It sounds to me a lot like the use is what's important, not what they're calling themselves on social media. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, go ahead. I thought I had one more question. If I find it, I'll pop up. But
okay. We spent about an hour in this case. And I think we've heard all the testimony that's been offered. And at this point, I would, and no other board members have comments or questions.
No, that is, Mr. Chair, I'd offer up a motion.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Stiller. I'm listening.
In case number 20, I would move that the board uphold the appeal.
All right. Is there a second to that one?
I think I understand the motion to be to agree with the appeal and to reverse the staff's determination, right, Mr. Skiller?
Correct.
Yeah, I second that motion.
All right. The motions is on the floor. Do I have all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Give me a second here. I'll support it. I'll say aye on that. So the decision is reversed and you can continue operating as you have been. Done?
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
we'll keep the next one brief.
Pardon me?
We'll keep the next one brief.
Oh my God, there's another one? Okay, calling case number 20, docket 22, case number 43 Oak Street.
And Mr. Chair, and I'll give this a shot. I probably can't go much past 225, but do you folks think that we can get it in that time frame?
Otherwise, you're going to have a unanimous board. You take all four. And Randy, are we short on you? What's your timing?
Nope, I have no limits today.
Okay. All right. So we're going to continue, and we're hopeful that this case will be resolved in the next 15 to 20 minutes. All right. You've all been sworn in. Sarah, do I need to re-swear?
No,
Sarah?
confirms you're still under oath.
So I'm confirming with Audrey, Mr. Rowe, Mr. Where'd he go? I lost him on the screen. Mr. Clemens, I thought his name was, that you all been sworn and you will tell testimony that's truthful in this next case. All right. We're back to Anna again. Anna, thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah. Okay. Now we're discussing 43 Oak Street. The property has split zoning, R5 and R2.5. The applicant is seeking to appeal determinations related to several zoning violations attached to the site. The property is also located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City. So we're looking closer near Gillum Park to the north of the subject property we just discussed. You can see it at the intersection of Oak Street and East 44th Street, and the subject property is highlighted in yellow. So we have another case of a bed and breakfast, and the zoning compliance investigator has determined that they are now operating as a self-service hotel. This is a snapshot of the website associated with this bed and breakfast, stating that it is a self-service hotel. Policies related to this particular site, that it is a short-term rental with no on-site staff, as well as events taking place on the site. So this is the fee structure associated with reserving an event for the particular site. It can host up to 75 people. 75 people cannot stay within the bed and breakfast / hotel use. So that infers that non-resident guests are coming to the site for events. This is very similar to my previous presentation with when and where a bed and breakfast, hotel, or short-term rental are permitted. I will not go over this again, as well as some of the definitions for a bed and breakfast, hotel, and short-term rental. But again, to remind everyone of the specifications for a bed and breakfast, live-in manager, which the investigator determined that there was none, as well as events happening on site, which are not permitted, but they are permitted in a hotel use. So some key points: bed and breakfast in the zoning district is not permitted without a special use permit. We do not have a special use permit for this site, unlike with the other site that did have a confirmed CLNU. This site does not. So one tricky point that could have related to why this use slipped through the cracks from a previous zoning designation is with the R2B district, where you can see it on the bottom of the screen that an accessory use like a lodging or boarding room with no more than 4 people can be permitted in this zoning district. And a boarding house is a building other than a hotel where rooms and meals are provided for guests, and a hotel is not permitted, and that is a building occupied, generally used for, temporary lodging, and it can sleep up to 15, more than 15, excuse me. So if a previous zoning compliance investigator from prior to 2010 or 2000, when the R2B district was permitted, the previous lodging could have slipped through the cracks with that designation. But regardless, with the change of zoning from the R2B to the current designation, they could have obtained a CLNU to operate the bed and breakfast in its current zoning designation. So when a rezoning occurs, non-conforming uses are permitted within a year of the change to get that non-conforming status. With the prior owners, that did not occur. And the website clearly indicates a change of use. And the review criteria associated with an appeal is if the city staff or the zoning official have erred, and the same letter of support that came in from the Southmoreland Neighborhood Association that was previously discussed by the applicant. It came in after the deadline, so we will be attaching it to Compass KC after this meeting, and they reference both the prior case and this case. That concludes my staff presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And I've got a housekeeping issue here with the applicants. There were a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case, and those are on page, Randy, can you help me?
I don't have it pulled up already. I was looking into the exhibits attached.
Where would that be, Randy? What page is that on this new case? In case
I was looking at the actual exhibits, not the list of them.
Okay, I'm not there yet.
I'm seeing it on the second page of the staff report.
Is it 1 to 9, or how many pages is it, Tom? Or how many exhibits are there?
On page 266, 1 through 10.
Okay, so let's see here. Mr. Rowe, do you have any objection to us admitting those exhibits 1 to 10 associated with this case, number 43?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Those are admitted, and we just heard on this case presentation, and now we will hear from you, I'm guessing.
And I'm going to be respectful of Mr. Stiller's time. It looks like it's about 2:15. We've got 10 minutes, and I'm going to try and do it in 5, hopefully. So leave time for board discussion. So the owners are 4343 Oak Street Investors, LLC. Ms. Navarro and Ms. Clemens are here representing that entity. The picture clearly shows that the house is a detached house, so we're not a hotel. We've got the same kind of 3 issues as before. We got a letter saying that we were using the property as a hotel, motel, or boarding house. That as a result, we changed our occupancy, and that we're also operating as a banquet hall, indoor-outdoor entertainment venue. To the extent I'm able to do so, I would incorporate the arguments made in case number 20 on those points into this case as if I had made them in this case. I would state that we have the same bed and breakfast standards applicable to these notices here as we did in the prior case. That's 88-320. And we meet all of those requirements. The only difference that I would note for the board is on 88-320-02A. That's the one that says that the establishment must be operated by the owner or manager who must live on the property. And I'm going to ask Ms. Navarro to confirm this. Ms. Navarro is the person who lives at 4343 Oak Street Bed and Breakfast. And Ms. Navarro, go ahead and, you're
Yes,
still on
I
oath, confirm that for
confirm
our
that.
record.
I can confirm that. I live on site at 4343 Oak Street.
Okay, so with that, I would say that we meet all of the criteria for 88-320-02. Only change is Ms. Navarro lives at the site. And so with that, I would respectfully request that the board uphold the appeal and find that the administrative official erred in the determination that we are using the building, you saw the picture of it, the detached house, as a hotel, motel, boarding house, banquet hall, or indoor-outdoor venue. Again, just 30 more seconds on this. It's not what you write on the social media site, it's how you're using the property. And when you look at how the property is being used, we meet the bed and breakfast standards, and therefore we respectfully ask that you uphold the appeal.
Thank you. Ms. Navarro, how long have you lived there?
I've lived there for approximately a year.
Does your driver's license say that residence on your driver's license?
It
I don't
does.
see it.
I've got it here.
No, yeah, I don't care. I'm just asking. Thank you.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I might add, I think that one of the things that may have caused that to be a concern or a question is that I was out of town when the inspection occurred with Miss Newton, and so I did not have a chance to meet her in person at that time. Again, I have lived there for approximately a year.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question either for Anna or Mr. Rowe. I guess in the last case, I understood that there was a CLNU and that got revoked. At this property, there is no CLNU and you're not applying for a special use permit for a bed and breakfast. So when one of those need to be occurring in order to have this use at this location?
Well, I guess the way I'd answer that question is we've not, on this particular case number 43, we were never given a notice of anything about revoking a CLNU or here's what you need to do. But based on what I just saw in the staff report, if that's something we need to go apply for, we'll have to go apply for that then. And I think we'll meet it. It has historically been exactly the way we're operating it today.
That was one of the things that occurred to me when I'm looking at this, is I wonder if we're not moving prematurely on this, maybe it needed an opportunity to move forward with one of those other options, as opposed to making a decision about a decision. If that makes sense.
And I'm not quarreling, Board Member Stiller. We have to address the cards that have been dealt to us, and the cards that, I use that term loosely, the cards that were dealt to us were these notices of violation. And so you have to appeal those within a certain time period. So we did, and we'd like to be able to do that. I'm afraid if we go apply for a CLNU, somebody's going to say, well, you've got these notices of violation hanging out here. We're not going to give you a CLNU because you've got notices of violation. Been down that road on this thing. So I would respectfully suggest that maybe the best thing to do is let the board decide how it's going to decide on what's before us. And then I'm going to suggest that this ownership group, 4343 Oak Street Investors, get with Anna and get if that's what needs to be done, get an application for a CLNU on file.
And
Or a
let me
special use permit.
A special use permit. And I believe we've had communications about how that would be needed to satisfy or to resolve some issues related to the appeal.
Yes,
I think it was my
understand the point of not having background issues with the case. Sort of clean house here today, so you can move forward without these things interfering with your next steps. I understand that.
I agree with the term clean house. Absolutely. I concur.
you've got to understand, Miss Audrey, where city staff sees it as a hotel because that's the way you advertise it. And so I get Mr. Rowe's analysis that it's not a hotel, but when you look at it, I'm a simple person. I think that's a hotel when I'm looking at it. You know, same for, and I like Southmoreland. I stayed there a long time ago. So I have, you know, I have affections for it, but just the advertising. So you've got to understand, I respect Mr. Duddy and the rest of our city staff who go out and investigate these cases. I really do. And so you know, some of this, and Mr. Rowe said it, it's social media, but it's what you see. So I don't know. That's just my crazy comment. So.
Yeah, no disrespect there either. I just want to say that our communication strategy has varied greatly during COVID, just to try to stay alive and compete for whatever room bookings we can get in this unprecedented environment.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other board members, or where do we go? Mr. Stiller.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Motions, anybody? Any other comments?
I take it back. I guess I do. For clarity, this one is an appeal to the denial of the request for the CLN.
No.
Is that correct?
No, there's no appeal. There's no CLN issue in connection with this case in terms of a notice from the city. We got a notice that said you're operating as a hotel, motel, or boarding house. We believe that was an error. We got a notice that said because you're operating as a hotel, motel, boarding house, you've changed your occupancy and you didn't apply for a change in occupancy. We believe that was an error. And then we got a notice that said you're operating as a banquet hall, indoor, outdoor entertainment venue, and we believe that was an error. So those are the three issues that I think are before the board in this particular case.
It's actually two, I think, right? I don't think that third one was actually a violation that we had before us, but I could be wrong.
I think where that's coming from, Mr. Banuki, is it's not one of the ones listed in the staff report, but there are letters to that effect in the file that was admitted as Exhibit 10. So I want to be sure. What I don't want to do is get in a situation where the board here says, okay, we find error with the hotel, motel, boarding house issue. And then somebody later on at the city says, well, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, I'm looking at their decision. You know, that this was never a part of it. I think the way your case on your agenda is more appropriate is this is a request to appeal staff's determination surrounding several property violations related to a bed and breakfast. So the several violations are the hotel motel one, the change of occupancy because you're hotel motel and banquet and indoor outdoor entertainment venue.
So then, depending how this vote goes, your process would be applying for your special use permit to keep an operation of a bed and breakfast.
That would be, without getting into attorney-client, disclosing attorney-client communications, that would certainly be my suggestion to the applicant.
All right. Anybody else? Motions?
Sarah, did you have anything you wanted to add? So you came, video popped up. Okay.
On when we started talking about whether there was a CLNU issue.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if that's at the end of it, then I'm ready to make a motion, and I move in case 43 that the applicant's appeal be sustained, and that the notices or the violations decided by the staff be reversed.
Thank you, Mr. Banuki. Second to that one?
Second.
Second to Mr. Stiller. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with that motion. That matter has been overturned. Thank you.
Thank you all board
Really
members for
stellar.
indulging us on the time. Thank you so much.
Okay, sure.
Thank you all.
All right, thanks, Tom. We'll see you next month.
Thank you all, and see you next month.
All right, so let's call case number 23, and I'll remind them they need the unanimous agreement. Okay. So I'm calling the last case of the day, docket 23, case number 17, with an address of 4500 North Brighton Avenue. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
The law firm associated with this client has been connected.
Thank you.
At the top of my head.
Law firm. Hi there. Anyone else coming up that you see?
We did have a number of persons. I have a witness here with us in the room.
Hold on, I got to swear you in, and we got to call the case and some other things. So hold on just for a second. Will you raise your right hand, please?
Mr. Chair, we did
Yes.
have a couple of other participants is what I was trying to identify for you.
Okay, good. All right.
Tasha's here.
Okay, Tasha.
Tasha's been connected. Brett Klein has been connected.
Okay, great. So I'm going to kind of swear everybody in at one time, and then I'll ask for you to state your name for the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth at this meeting today?
I do.
Okay, can I have your name, sir, for the court record?
This is Luke Demery. I'm counsel for Brent Klein. I also have in the room with me Doug Cottrell.
Hold on, we gotta go to the other people. Tasha, did you say I do? Your microphone's muted, Tasha.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Your name for the court reporter?
Tasha Moran.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. And Mr. Klein, take yourself off mute. And did you say I do? Are you agree with the affirmation?
I do.
And your name for the court reporter?
Brent Klein.
Thank you so much. All right, we first start off, and before we go any further, I want to remind everyone, we did have 5 board members. We're now down to 4. That means you must get unanimous approval from all 4 of us for this case to pass. In the old and pre this, you could have 1 dissenting vote. If you get a dissenting vote, you don't have the affirmation of everyone, so that case will be fail. The other alternate is for you to wait to next month. Right now, we only have 4 for next month because we have a resignation coming. So you've got to make that decision whether to go forward or to not go forward today.
And Mr. Chair, this is Luke Demery. One housekeeping measure first in the event that we go forward. I do have another witness, a Doug Cottrell, here in the room with me. On the moving forward, we had originally contacted the client asking him if he wanted to continue the hearing and explaining to him. Mr. Stoller seemed very agreeable today too, so I kind of wanted to have him on the board. All of that being said, the client had agreed and said that he was consenting to us requesting to move the hearing, but I wasn't aware that we'd still have a panel of 4 next month. And so I hate to put Mr. Klein on the spot, but I'm going to leave that to him. That means we'd be into September before we would have a hearing. I do have September open if that in fact were the case, but I'm going to leave that to Mr. Klein if I could.
Okay. Mr. Klein? Take yourself off mute. There you go.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and go with today and present.
All right. Are you sure you want to do that? I'm not saying if you want to go forward, we move forward.
Yeah, Luke, I'm kind of leaning on your recommendation here. I'm still on a training trip right now, and I'm just kind of logging in with a little bit of free time I have. So what are your thoughts?
Speaking of the free time, the city will have to put on their presentation first. Are you going to run too short on time today? Because that could go into the consideration. Just understand it'll be September before the hearing if that's the request that we make.
August 9th, actually.
Well, he said he needed more time, and we still have the 4 members next month, so we may be in the same position. We don't know yet. So, but September 13th is our next meeting in September, which is Tuesday.
Brent, is
Oh,
that some?
Sorry, I just want to make note. At this point in time, do we believe we will have other board members, I guess, on board at September?
There's no guarantee. We hope, but we hope.
We haven't been updated, by the mayor's office, so we don't know.
I have a feeling we'll have, I think we'll be okay for September. Maybe not August, but I feel we'll be okay for September. That's just my opinion. But whatever, it's still only 4 today.
So Brent, the drawback is you go with the property still not being able to be rented out or leased. I don't know that we can get the hold released from the city's position. The advantage being that if we have a full board, then you do have that vote that can be a dissenting vote, and it can still pass. I believe it passes to the chair then, but it can still pass. So.
Okay. So recommendation is to move to September and have a better chance.
I think you would have a better chance in September. So again, that's my recommendation. But if you need to move forward today, or if you're not available, understand Mr. Klein's in the military. He's actually at sea right now, so he's calling in on one of his half-hour breaks that he has during the day. If that's something that you're not going to be able to accommodate, then let us know, and I can certainly be short in my presentation. But I do think that you'll have a little stronger chance if you wait till the September hearing.
Okay, let's push to September then.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, then we'd make a formal request that the hearing be moved and moved to that September date. If there's any application fee that goes with that, we'd ask that it be waived. We did have a board member that stepped off. We'd actually paid an application fee to get to today's hearing, and I believe it was kind of moved on behalf of the city. So that would be our request to the board.
Sure, I'll let the committee members make that determination, but that's up to their choosing, not mine. Thank you. So I've heard the applicant want to move the case to September 13th, 2022.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, Mr. Klein, for your service. I am happy to make the motion to move it to the date in September without a fee as my last act on this board. And I really appreciate the chairman's comments earlier today, and I appreciate having served with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newton. Do you have a second to that? Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor say aye.
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 And chairman votes with that as well. This case is moved to September 13th with no fee. We'll see you all then. Thank you. And Tony, thank you so much for all your service, baby.
It's been fun. Thank you all.
All right, see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I have a question, I guess,
Yes.
if Anna's still on. Do we ever officially vote on if Ebbets becomes the chair? I think we kind of kept delaying that, and then we never.
Yeah,
officially
Sarah,
did
I
it?
think we should probably do that now, just for the interim, until more members come on.
I think people may have already left.
Yeah, we
Oh,
only
but-
have 3, so we can't do it right now.
Okay.
Oh wait, yeah, where did
Thanks, Mixed Store.
Sorry.
Oh, Zanuki left.
Should have
Right.
brought that up sooner.
Okay, so we'll do that next time.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Have a nice one.
Thanks.
Care. Bye.
Yep.